Morning, everyone. Good morning. So I'd like to start off by welcoming everyone to the Stanton District of the Virginia Department of Transportation. Secretary Miller will not be here this morning due to a personal engagement, and it's quite unfortunate that he can't be here. He will be joining us later for this afternoon's train tour, but due to other personal circumstances, he will not be available for this morning's meeting. With that being said, we do have a very full agenda between today and tomorrow. Appreciate everyone's willingness to start earlier today at 8 a.m. We do have a number of people that are traveling here today, both from the Department of Rail and Public Transportation and VDOT, to be able to give briefings to the board. And we may find ourselves needing to take some of the presentations out of order. So just bear with us on some of the logistics this morning, playing it in real time. But I want to welcome everyone to September's Commonwealth Transportation Board workshop meeting. Secretary Miller has asked me and Vice Chairman Scott Kasprowitz to be able to oversee today's meeting, and we're going to be passing the gavel back and forth a little bit today. So as we get into it, if we could raise and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get the meeting underway.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So members of the board, our first presentation, it will be discussing the Virginia Highway Safety Program, and this is where I'm going to pass the gavel over to Mr. Kasprowitz. So I get to play dual roles today. Members of the board, I'm Stephen Britch, Commissioner of Highways for the Department of Transportation, and I'm joined by David Mitchell, the Deputy Commissioner from the Department of Motor Vehicles. You'll recall back at the May board meeting this past year, as well as at the June meeting, that the department, OIPI, Office of Intermodal Planning Investment, Department of Motor Vehicles, and VDOT had presented our annual safety targets that are due to NHTSA and FHWA during the calendar year. At that time, the Commonwealth Transportation Board found that those targets that we had presented were unacceptable to the board, and we needed to take another look at how we collectively could collaborate and identify strategies to really reduce deaths and serious injury crashes, recognizing that the trends are trending in the wrong way. The board at that point in time identified that OIPI, Department of Motor Vehicles, and VDOT needed to come back to the board with ideas and strategies and a reevaluation of our safety programs by the October meeting. We're a month early. Safety is paramount, is job number one for the agencies. What you'll see is the board asked us to consider administrative changes, policy changes, and legislative changes to both the behavioral strategies that we have identified, as well as the infrastructure investment strategies. Since that June meeting, we were put right directly into action. Department of Motor Vehicles, VDOT, and others have been working through the summer months to be able to bring this back to you. What I would say is that many of these strategies that we put into place were put into place back in December. We had a workshop item in December of 2021. We identified that host of strategies, and the board adopted those strategies in the January 2022 meeting. Just as a refresher, I think this trend line says our serious injury crashes, reducing those from a high of roughly 21,000 in 2006, 2007's timeline. However, you can see that in 2020, 2021, and coming into 2022, we are starting to see an uptick in those serious injury crashes, and now's the time to act. Be able to shed some light on
A lot of law enforcement, overtime enforcement money out there with our law enforcement partners, state police and all the locals. We spend about close to $10 million on enforcement. So the problem that we have with trying to dedicate all of this to enforcement is police departments are pretty decimated in terms of staffing. And so if we're already spending $10 million on selective enforcement, it's kind of hard to, they're pretty saturated. So this money will likely concentrate more on the behavioral educational side. And the demographic group that we really try to target here, you heard the commissioner speak about sort of those risky behaviors, is really males from 20 to 34.
in the bus bill was that there have been significant uplifts to both the federal and state revenue streams that have come into the safety programs. And we've been able to fully fund or advance and fully fund those systemic improvements that we've been talking about, everything from the pedestrian crosswalk initiatives to reflectorized backplates and our rumble strip program. So we've been able to advance many of those things to the point where I can consider them fully funded, even in the outer years, to be able to advance those projects and accelerate them. What we've been able to identify over the last 3 or 4 months was that it is time to relook at our local partners that also have our fatal and serious injury crashes, most notably within our intersections in cities that own and maintain their facilities that would be intersection-based, and one of those emphasis areas is intersections that we're focused on. We think it's time to reopen the systemic safety improvements to our local partners this fiscal year. We have the funds to be able to do that. More importantly, I think for the VDOT highway system, and something that we put on a hiatus, was funding of spot safety improvements. We put that on a hiatus to be able to really focus on the low-cost safety improvements that were systemic in nature because of the greater return on the investment. We've advanced the systemic improvements as far as we can for right now, and we think now is the time to be able to bring forward the spot safety improvements this fiscal year as well. So this is a picture, an updated picture from what you saw in December. And the red really highlights the focus areas that we will undertake this fiscal year with the board's approval. What you can see is that we're anticipating over the next 6 years advancing the locally systemic improvements to a tune of about $110 million over the next 6 years. Being able to expand our flashing yellow arrow program to a number of intersections that needed more engineering that we could not fit into the first grouping. And we did finish those flashing yellow arrows, or we anticipate finishing those flashing yellow arrows this year. Pedestrian crossings continues to be an issue. We have a phase 1 in the original set of plans. We'll take that to a phase 2. We still continue to advance our 2-lane road safety system. We are going to continue to look at what is next in the pipeline of systemic improvements that we can advance based upon those emphasis areas that I showed you in that table before. And then we're looking to submit about $124 million to spot safety improvements on the VDOT system. So what can you expect next? I know the board does not like to take action on a workshop item and the next day take an action on an action agenda the very next day, but safety is important. And I think we can begin to advance the monies that we have sitting there today to have an impact back on Virginia's roads. So tomorrow, with the board's permission, that we would update the highway safety improvement or the highway safety investment strategy policy that is in your folder that identifies, one, that DMV's investment strategies are going to change based upon the consolidation, I think going from 10, 11 strategies down to 4. that are tailor-made back to those emphasis areas or those crashes that we see most readily on our system. Secondarily, open up the infrastructure safety improvement to our local partners starting this fiscal year, and then migrating to a spot improvement. So the second bullet that you see there is that we would be proposing to submit amendments to the 6-year improvement program at the October meeting to address the spot improvements. We do have a solicitation out to our districts asking for what those spot improvements are. We're also looking at the projects that have been submitted through Smart Scale as opportunities to advance some of those spot improvements that would have been safety oriented. At the January board meeting, we anticipate bringing back those local systemic improvement projects. We need a little bit of time to be able to work through with our partners to identify and score what those systemic improvements are going to look like for them. But I would envision being able to start to have that incorporated in the 6-year plan. And the good news is the money's available today, so that we can get those projects underway as soon as we have those local agreements in place. With regard to the behavioral side, and David said that he's looking to consolidate those behavioral studies or behavioral efforts. So I think you'll see, by taking action tomorrow, within the next 30 to 45 days, advancing those 4 emphasis areas into starting the tangible benefits from that. And you can see off that last bullet, the DMV is going to continue to work with the contractor to develop that concept, the creative and media buy placements to be able to advance the behavioral side of the investment strategy. That being said, I know this is a great way to start off the morning talking about safety, but I think we've got a very good plan to be able to advance things in real time, recognizing the uplift in the federal and state dollars that have come in, but also being very targeted to those safety improvements that should start to drive down those numbers, hopefully. Mr. Chairman?
Good presentation, thank you. Questions?
Chairman.
Signs?
I'm pointing at Mark.
Oh, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had 3 questions or comments. If you look at the graph on page 3, there's clearly an inflection point. You know, from 2006 to 2014, Virginia made very good progress with the safety, with the numbers of fatalities and serious injuries. I mean, this is a classic downward slope and then an upward slope. This is not a rate base, so I was wondering, is this reflective of occurring miles driven as well? That's question number 1, because I was wondering what had been done between 6 and 14 to drive those numbers down, and then are the 4 factors that you talk about, 4 factors from 2014 to 2021 driving that rate of increase? That's question number 1. Question number 2.
If we can, it's so early in the morning, Mr. Merrill. Can we take one at a time?
You start at 8.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sure.
The trend line, the declining trend line, there's several factors that have been put out there. Advancements in automobile safety features was paramount. Side impact bags, crumple zones, those items really saw those numbers decrease quite significantly. We also had, during that period of time, the police enforcement out there that was doing the enforcement campaigns to a greater degree. So coupled, those 2 items really saw the significant decrease, because the serious injuries, I think, is most notably to advancements in automobile manufacturing techniques and safety devices that were incorporated into those vehicles. David?
And I would just say on the behavioral side, primarily, you have to sort of think back in your mind a bit when, as a society, we started focusing on drunk driving and really trying to drive down drunk driving. We really saw dramatic decreases in drunk driving during that period of time. And Virginia went and became recognized as a low alcohol fatality state right around that time frame. And so you lost You saw a dramatic decline in fatalities primarily due to alcohol, which, as the commissioner pointed out earlier, when somebody is impaired, they're less likely to wear their seatbelt, they're more likely to speed, they're more likely to depart the roadway. So all of those things stack upon alcohol. And I think that was a big factor there.
Then if the safety improvements in the cars and the driving under influence, why did it change? What was the inflection point that occurred? Because safety improvements have continued since 2014.
I think we've seen a significant increase because people felt safer in their vehicles. Their speeds drastically have increased, and we continue to see speed as being one of those major factors in the crashes that we're seeing today.
My second question then was,
You asked if this was rate-based. This is not. This is pure number. This is not indicative of our average daily traffic.
second question, this is, I'm sure, not a popular question, but the 65 to 70 mile an hour speed limit, does that make a difference? Because my personal observation is when it's 70, people drive 75 to 80. When it's 65, people drive 70 to 75. And from an observational standpoint, the higher the speed limit, the more people press above that speed limit. 55 mile an hour speed limit, you see people going 65. You don't tend to see them going 70 to 75. So was there ever consideration of dropping the speed limit back to 65?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, the answer is no. We did not look at that. I can say definitively that many of our interstates and roadways are designed for higher speeds, and people are driving at the speed that they feel comfortable with. Pushing the limit over those design speeds is where the issue becomes, and I think it's coupled with enforcement to be able to help tailor and consolidate those numbers coming down into a reasonable fashion versus where we've seen it. But we did not look at that as part of this.
Can I ask a quick clarifying on that? So what is the design speed?
I hate to say this and say it depends, but there are certain sections that would be 70 miles an hour. That would be the design speed. I'm not sure if the chief engineer can say whether that design speed is increased in the Green Book or not. Is it higher than 70 at this point? Design speed on interstates higher than 70?
70 or 75, depending on where you are.
And that is a choice that we have?
It typically is for free flow movement to be able to allow for that design speed to occur.
Who picks?
We would set that design speed, the
VDOT
engineers.
would.
Yes.
VDOT would. Well, that's really interesting. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Smoot?
Chairman, Steve, thank you very much for the report, and thanks to all for your work on this. I'd just like to offer two observations. One is speed, particularly on the interstates, is a great concern that I think will only be effectively addressed with enforcement. And we all know that the Commonwealth and other states as well are struggling to maintain the number of officers patrolling on interstates and other places that we've had in the past. And I think we should lift that up. That's not a concern that falls within the purview of this body, but I think we should lift that up at the state level as a concern that is definitely related to this. I had the experience of going down 64 between Charlottesville and Richmond several weeks ago, and if you weren't going at least 80, you were left in the dust. I mean, the traffic flow was 80 plus. Second thing, I had an experience last year serving on the grand jury for Montgomery County. 1 month there were 206 cases, and about half of those cases were directly related to substance abuse. And it was not just alcohol. In fact, alcohol came in second to meth. And these people on meth are out driving around too. So while alcohol certainly deserves attention, that's just part of the impaired driving problem. And in Ohio, several weeks ago, there were signs along the highways that said, if you see an impaired driver, dial 800, whatever, you know.
While you're driving.
Yeah, while you're driving. And if we don't get the impaired driving under control beyond alcohol, this is not going to get materially better.
Mr. Kasperwitz? I have a couple.
Please,
I actually have a couple of questions. Mr. Miller, on the, that's right, David Miller, right?
Mitchell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mitchell, so on the education and outreach part of this, do you have metrics that you're going to use to measure effectiveness? How are we going to know that this is changing the landscape?
We do. We do both pre and post, and we know where, part of that data analysis is actually where the crashes and the fatalities are occurring. It's primarily the urban crescent is where you have the biggest problem, because it's where you have the most people. But that doesn't mean that, say Bristol District doesn't have an issue. And so we will make sure that we target all of those things. And all of our media consultants, they do all of this social media tracking metrics. And for every $1,000 spent, you get however many 10,000 impressions and views and click-throughs. And do they go all the way through the ad, or do they just cut it off? And so there's a ton of metrics that are done today with all this social media advertising that I'm not nearly smart enough to explain. But I have a lot of people working for me who are. And so they follow all that very closely, and we really try to make sure we get the very most bang for every dollar we spend.
But 6 months after the campaign, or 8 months after the campaign, is there any way to measure whether those messages have stuck?
That's what we do with
That's
the
what you-
post surveys.
That's what
We
you're
do
doing
that with the post surveys,
Okay.
and the wonderful thing about this $10 million that the board so generously dedicated to safety is that if you think back to, say, like the Click It or Ticket campaign, which we pay for generally with NHTSA federal dollars, and that campaign runs for about 3 months. Well, with some of this money, we can run that campaign even longer. And the more people hear things, the more likely they are for it to stick with them, particularly young people. And that's why we try to do, I look at some of the advertising that we do. My wife is, she saw one of the recent advertisements and looked at me and said, I don't understand that. I said, you're not supposed to understand it. It's not for you. It's for a guy who's between 20 and 34. So it's not trying to make you laugh. It's trying to be humorous with them and make them laugh, because that's what sticks with people. And that's what we really try to target, is those targeted age demographics that really impact. If we can get those people to stop driving impaired, stop speeding, wear their seatbelts, we will have a dramatic impact on these numbers.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you'll give us some of those metrics when you come back. And
Happy to.
And to Mr. Smoot's point, I think some of that information is actually useful in conversations with legislators, because fundamentally not, seatbelts not being a primary offense, not wearing your seatbelt not being a primary offense, and lack of enforcement on speeding are two of the things that contribute to this.
I have to tell you, I feel the pain of law enforcement in general, because DMV has a set of law enforcement officers, and we're 20% down ourselves. And
It's why speed cameras are part of the answer, which the legislature has not been willing to. So, I recognize we're limited, but it also seems like as we think about programs like this, how the results can translate to legislators needs to be in our minds at all times if this is a serious problem. Steve, you said that you're looking at the smart scale submissions to see if any of them could potentially fit into this new funding. So that would mean they would come out of smart scale, or it would be a supplemental funding? So how are you thinking that will work?
I would say that we're looking at advancing those projects that were submitted as part of Smart Scale, pulling them out of Smart Scale, and advancing them. Part of tomorrow's proposal is that anything that we identify as a spot improvement or another systemic improvement needs to be obligated within 12 months. In other words, we want, if it's truly a safety project, it shouldn't wait for 3 or 4 years to get started. And I think we're at the right point to be able to advance some of these smart scale or spot improvement projects. As soon as it goes into the program, we can start preliminary engineering on that the next day. So, well, relatively, we still need to make sure it's in the tip and the STIP and follow the federal process. But having said that, we are not waiting a year to start the project. We're starting relatively immediately. We want to take a look at what has already been on the books for several years, and I know Northern Virginia has had a number of projects that were being considered and being held, maybe not on the shelf, but trying to be addressed through other means. We also want to identify what has come through Smart Scale and rank those across the board to say what's going to give us the highest return on our investment. And that is what is ongoing today, looking at the evaluation of those projects. So I'm hopeful that we can start a process where any projects that do come into the safety improvement program in a spot fashion can start within 12 months of the board selecting those, rather than waiting 3, 4, 5 years to get a safety.
That's right.
I understand, and that's exactly why we want to advance it, that if it's truly a safety project, it needs to go now.
Right. Okay, and then my last question really is, so look, you're looking to localities to talk to the districts about their highest priority relative to these spot, no?
No, ma'am. What we're looking at, Ms. Hines, is systemic improvements for localities, and we've already started that outreach with our local assistance division, our traffic engineering division and safety, working with our district staff to be able to solicit input for the systemic improvements.
Okay.
It's strictly systemic for the localities. We want to advance our spot improvements now,
Gotcha.
but allow for systemic improvements to re-enter into, or the safety program to re-enter into the availability at the local level.
Thanks for that clarification.
Mr. Merrill, followed by Mr. Stan.
I think you might have mentioned this, Mr. Mitchell, but with the behavioral modifications, this,
Consume alcohol and drive their vehicles, and it's hard to assess the value of that from the standpoint of saving lives and saving serious injuries, but the enforcement aspect of it has a pretty direct relationship on reducing speeding and reducing impaired driving as well. And again, my observations are that in recent years that's declined dramatically. I haven't seen DUI stops in recent years as well. And I know that most of those with local police departments were funded by some state or federal level organization when they did take place. So I have to say I'm skeptical of the ability to influence the behavior of 18 to 34-year-old drivers through any type of public outreach. I do know that if you have points accumulating on your license, and that could cost you your job or your livelihood, that you're going to start to pay attention. So I just think it would help us to look at the enforcement component of that in some statistically valid way to identify, are we really seeing a dramatic fall off, or is it just, you know, just anecdotal observations that are
Well,
prompting that?
Mr. Chairman, I do think we can pretty easily go back and pull the numbers of citations issued during this whole, a significant part of that period of time. We can't really do stops, because if somebody gets stopped and doesn't,
Citations would be
but I can tell you with absolute certainty that state police is about 350 troopers down.
And that's one of the problems that I think we need to address, and I think we address that in a number of ways. Ms. Hines mentioned traffic enforcement cameras, and I know that that's been a challenge legislatively. But I think giving more visibility to this issue of enforcement is very important for this body. We don't control it, but we certainly do want to recognize it and acknowledge it. Could I ask that you specifically take this chart and before our next meeting, add that information in a way that gives us an indication and then circulate it even if there's no presentation at our next meeting?
Certainly, absolutely.
I think we all have the opportunity to do outreach on the enforcement side of it, and it has, I think, significant value in the case of bringing these numbers down quickly. Wayne.
I would assume that this information is passenger vehicles, but my question is two parts. One is, how much contribution do tractor trailers present? I know there's a lot of blind spots. Just traveling up from Norfolk yesterday to Stanton, I observe people that, tractor trailers, they're starting going up a hill, they start slowing down. People get impatient, they make quick turns without really paying attention. I know in some places that I've traveled across this country, they prohibit tractor trailers from being over in the passing lane at all, maybe in 3 lanes, and maybe restricted in 2 lanes. The other thing is people just get posted up in that left-hand lane for miles and miles. Again, people get impatient, they swerve, they speed. It causes a behavioral problem that I think contributes to potential accidents. Is any of this being considered in this?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, the numbers that are reflected on this chart are all fatal and serious injury crashes, which would be inclusive of pedestrians, motorcycles, tractor trailers, passenger vehicles, buses, vans. It is everything on Virginia's roadway systems that are identified. As far as the restrictions of certain vehicles from the left-hand lane, we do have those restrictions that were in place, and if you came over Afton Mountain yesterday, you saw that tractor trailers traveling below 65 were supposed to be in the right-hand lane. We do restrict tractor trailers or commercial vehicles, except buses, on the 3-lane sections that are over 65 or 65 and above on our facilities.
I know traveling in Florida specifically, there's signage up that encourage people to move over into the right lane. Is signage help to remind people that they should pass and move over instead of just sitting in the passing lane that lessens speed limit? Oftentimes you pass somebody that's sitting in the left-hand lane, and oftentimes they're doing this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, to answer that question is yes, we do have slower traffic keep right signs that have been up, and in fact one of our safety campaigns that you see on our variable message signs uniquely are left lane loafers something. Don't camp in the left lane. So we are attacking that through our variable message signs and our unique safety messages that we continue to put out.
Mr.
Lawson.
Chairman, following up on your comment, could we get a breakout of the impaired factors? Because as I look at this chart, and you all are trying to get messaging out, I'm thinking there's one thing that we're doing a lot more of in these last few recent years, and that's technology. And I'd love to see that. Is that our driving factor? Or are people drinking more or whatever? But my gut tells me it probably is the technology.
Mr. Chairman, I'd say, Mr. Lawson, as Mr. Mitchell tried to indicate, the distracted component is a self-reported component to this. So the numbers that you're going to see over this time period vary wildly in some years. Having looked at those numbers myself in my previous life, they're going to be all over the place. I think we're much able to distinguish between someone that is intoxicated to someone that is drugged than what you'll see in those numbers, but we can certainly break out those 4 areas for you to be able to at least see what that trend line has been over the years. I don't have a lot of weight and factor in technology at this point, simply because of the self-reporting, and I think this is an issue nationwide, not just isolated to Virginia.
Understand.
We can get that information for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Yates first, then Ms. Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for the report. I have a question and a proposal maybe that we could check on, and that is, I just wonder how we are doing versus other states. And the reason I say that is there a correlation with maybe some laws in other states? For instance, Ms. Hines brought up speed cameras, other things, seatbelt, mandatory kind of thing, that makes other states have a much lesser crash or death rate. And so that would help us, because it's not just us, it's state police, it's legislatures. If we could find out what states have the lower percentages of these accidents and deaths, and maybe correlate the fact that they are related to some of the laws on the books that we don't have, that would be very powerful for us to talk to our legislators. Is that something worth looking into? You possibly could check for us?
So, Mr. Yates, we do have those, we have a running tally of that information, so yes. I think when we look at this chart, there are a couple things that do identify themselves and lend themselves to it. We've talked about automated speed enforcement cameras. We do have enabling legislation to be able to pilot them in our work zones, and we hope to have that out later this year. I think that's the first step to addressing the enforcement component. We're a state that has a secondary law on seatbelt usage. Occupant protection continues to be a large factor in those numbers, and that continues to be a conversation to be investigated as to whether or not we can have enabling legislation to have a primary seatbelt law.
Is that something you bring back to us and let us know which states do the best jobs and maybe which laws are on the books that we don't have?
Certainly, we can certainly do an analysis of it. I think the commissioner's spot on, though. I think if you can figure out a way to get some more automated enforcement out there so you don't have to rely so much on decimated police departments, that would be great.
No, I understand.
And seatbelt enforcement, if we could do, if we had primary seatbelt, the NHTSA, NHTSA tells you that if you have primary seatbelt, your death rate goes down about 10%.
Well, I'd like to see those states in the
So we
rankings
can
of
certainly
where
do
we
that
are.
for you.
I really would. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sellers.
So I got a question and then a comment. One, how does the money get to the local partners? Is that, so we're talking about law enforcement, we're talking about different districts, but how does the money eventually get into the district?
So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sellers, I'm going to speak from the department standpoint, from the flow down of funds. They will be application-based through our local partners that come through our traffic engineering division, and we're going to work in coordination with our local assistance division. Once we identify those projects, they'll go into the TIP and the STIP, and then have a project administration agreement, just as we would for any other locally administered project.
Okay, and then a follow-on question to that. So is it, and I know you said it's pure numbers based and all deaths matter, right? Everybody's life matters, but one death in a county of 5,000 looks a lot different than one death in some of our larger counties. So how are we going to control to make sure that the larger populations are not just being overrepresented and that this money is getting to some of our smaller localities?
Many of these locally administered systemic improvements will go to our cities, and those systemic improvements will be based upon the return on their investment. In other words, flashing yellow arrows are backplates or reflectorized backplates, are rumble strips. Each of those have a crash reduction factor or an anticipated reduction factor that would be associated with it, and we'll evaluate how those are going to be part of their application. Has to demonstrate how they intend to use the proposed countermeasure and deploy that across their municipality.
Okay. Now my comment. So I am a clinical social worker, and hearing all of the behavioral side of this, I also am a clinically trained forensic social worker, which means I do petition and have petitioned magistrates and sat in courtrooms with folks who we have educated them on the use of drugs and told them that your continued use of drugs and alcohol will not only land you in jail, but you'll lose your children, you'll lose your home. And so my concern with doing some of these behavioral programs is we're giving a false sense that we can control human behavior. And so I just want to make sure that folks understand that when humans are involved, it's very, very hard, right? And to always go to law enforcement and to say, law enforcement, we want you to do more and more and more, and we need more law enforcement, it is very hard on our law enforcement community as somebody who serves with them. And again, it gives the community a false sense of security. And so, I like the behavioral side. Obviously, I'm a social worker, but I also know that when the government starts getting involved to try and change human behavior, it becomes very problematic. And so I just want to put it out there and say that let's make sure we're going into this with an open mind, that there is a very low probability that we will change anybody's behavior through either speed cameras or changing speed limits or asking them not to drink and drive or telling them to put on their seatbelts. People are people, and they're going to do what they want, and we cannot legislate or impact that through the government. And that's just my personal experience, and just want to put that out there and say you guys are taking on a really hard task that neither CPS, nor the mental health community, nor the law enforcement community, nor any of our jails have ever been able to do. So if you guys are able to do it, more power to you. There you go.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Mr. Dodson.
two questions real quick. With introduction of smartphones, did that affect the deaths in accidents? Obviously, people watching videos, more than just talking on the phone. Did that have anything to do with the increase in deaths, Mr. Mitchell?
It's an interesting question, and the answer is mostly anecdotal. I mean, we've all seen, and we all drive, and we see everybody on their phones, right? We all see
Or
it.
watching a video?
But, yeah, I mean, we all see that. But again, it's when you get down to the crash and then the report of that crash. And so if you're watching a video and the police says, "What were you doing?" You say, "I was paying perfect attention. I don't know what happened." So it doesn't actually get reported that way. So it's really hard to say. I mean, anecdotally, I would say, yeah, it probably had an impact on it. But it's really hard to prove. And so I do think that, we were talking about distractions earlier. I mean, I think it has a big impact on things. The problem is the actual documentation of that distraction is extremely difficult. Because on the scene, the police generally are not going to take the phone. They're not going to see what was happening with the phone, And so we don't get the reporting that we should get. It's hugely underreported, we believe.
Second question real quick, interstates. Are the state police only ones to enforce that? I mean, I drive a lot of us drive a lot. You don't see a lot of county deputy sheriffs on interstates that I've seen. I mean, mostly it's troopers. Maybe but I mean, Steve?
Mr. Chairman, the interstate's primary responsibility is the state police, but there are agreements with the localities to be able to provide supplemental enforcement or allow the locals to enforce.
It's a great
on it.
revenue. It's a great revenue enhancer for localities.
Well,
It's not, because the localities don't get money that way, and that's a totally different conversation. But from a local government perspective, supporting that, it does not pay the bills.
Right.
So they have to go out, and, it's probably a conversation for another time, but how local governments fund law enforcement, writing a speeding ticket is not gonna fund their law enforcement.
But does anybody else see very many local law enforcement on interstates?
Some of it.
But mostly state.
But there was a big case a number of years ago where a locality was aggressively giving tickets and keeping half the revenue, and the General Assembly slapped them really hard. So
Slap counties or just slap that one county?
Slap that particular locality and change the rules.
So I'd like to ask a member of our board who's actively involved in the law enforcement community to comment on this. Mr. Byers, do you have thoughts and comments you'd like to share with us? You deal with this day in and day out in your role as a police officer.
Yes, sir. I think from a perspective as it relates to enforcement on the interstates, the primary concern for local law enforcement are the communities from which they're being paid, and so they would primarily do their law enforcement duties within that jurisdiction and not on the interstate. There are we do supplement the state police a lot of times, but mostly our concern is for the locality itself. I do agree with Ms. Sellers is that we cannot write tickets, and we cannot make our way out of this by writing tickets. I do think just from a perspective that we haven't talked about, but Mr. Smoot did comment on it a little bit, and it's something for our legislators to look into. But the increased use of marijuana and us being not being able to put that in perspective as it relates to impairment, it causes great concern for local law enforcement.
Thank you. Any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, we'll look forward to that feedback on the citation issuance.
You can't smell those.
Oh, you're going to, okay. Sorry, next up we have Progressive Design Build Overview.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the board.
I'm here to provide a brief overview of Progressive Design Bill. The Progressive Design Bill was added to PDOT's Project Delivery Toolbox by the CTB on February 2019. We are in process of awarding first Progressive Design Bill project. So this presentation would provide you a brief overview of the process we used in selecting design builder for the project. So what's Progressive Design Bill? The Progressive Design Bill is a phased contracting approach where the owner and design build team progresses the design towards the lump sum price for construction. Typically, design builder is brought on board very early, even before NEPA, with 5 to 10% plans. It also incorporates details desired by the owner, in this case VDOT, provides owner with the cost input regarding options the owner is considering throughout the project development process. It also uses open book approach, open book process, where we are having a lot of information to make well-informed decisions on overall quality and desired results of the project. As I mentioned, this is a phased contracting approach. There are 3 phases for this process. Phase 1A is proof of concept, where we're going to finalize the NEPA alternative and whatever the concept we're going to continue to move forward. Phase 1B is project development, preliminary design. It includes all type of activities that mitigates the risk: geotechnical investigation, right-of-way relocations, utility relocations. And phase 2 is the final phase where we work with design build team to get the lump sum price. Now, as far as the risk is concerned between the delivery process, I would say design bid bill, we have a lot of risks that owned by VDOT. In design build delivery method, a lot of risks are transferred to design build team. And progressive design build actually allows VDOT and design builder work together to reduce the risk, which is beneficial to both parties. So this slide represents how the different delivery model looks like from the responsible party perspective. The design build bill owner continues to work throughout the planning phase and pre-construction phase, then put the project out for a bid. That's where general contractor gets the job and finish the construction. In design build, owner works with some bridging document throughout the planning phase and pre-construction activity, very limited activities, and then design builder takes over the projects and completes the project. Whereas progressive design build, owner, which is VDOT, and progressive design builder work together through the planning phases, pre-construction phases, and then get to lump sum price. So it also demonstrates the collaboration where progressive design build, you can see the owner and design builder both working until we get to mitigate all the risk. So this slide talks about guaranteed maximum price. So on February 20, 2019, VDOT requested CTB approval to add guaranteed maximum price to facilitate progressive design build project delivery. We use GMP for basis of an award and the objective criteria for the selection of design builder. CTB adopted the resolution allowing GMP as basis of an award. Consequently, GMP was added to objective criteria. Guaranteed maximum price was defined or is defined as budget approved for the design build contract which design build firm lump sum price will not exceed. However, I want to make a note. GMP still can be modified for the situation requiring additional funding. Such situation may include but not limited to if we discover unknown or unforeseen risks during the project development phase. Example would be hazmat conditions that we discovered during the process, any unknown, unforeseen geotechnical condition,
if we find some unknown utilities, those are the items which require us to relook at what the GMP was set at the very beginning of the project. Another part of this GMP can be modified situation would be owner's directed changes. That would include VDOT, any third-party stakeholders, such as homeowner association along the project, other agency, airport, transit, any number of third-party stakeholder can influence the project and add the scope. And lastly, increased cost due to market condition, inflation, which we all are familiar with what's going on right now. So if we cannot modify the GMP at that stage, we do have an option to take an off-ramp, which is generally termination for convenience before we go further on a project development. So this slide shows the project that we are using progressive design bill on. It's I-95 at Route 123 interchange improvement. The project scope includes reconfiguration of ramp, extending lanes, modify and relocate traffic signals, access management, bike pad, and transit enhancement. That's the project in Northern Virginia. Process was I was talking about that we use for progressive design build. We advertised this project, we advertised the project with request for qualifications. In return, we received 5 statement of qualifications. Then we shortlist, this is a typical process we use in design build. Then we shortlisted 3 offerers, and then we issued request for proposal for those offerers to provide us a technical proposal and price proposal. We received technical proposal and price for phase 1A, proof of concept. We selected the offerer using our process that we have outlined in our documents. Highest rank offerer is determined based on the combined score of SOQ, which is statement of qualification, 20%, technical proposal, 70%, and phase 1A price, 10%. Highest rank offerers acknowledges and agrees that the contract price, phase 1A, phase 1B, and phase 2 cannot exceed the GMP, except in the situation which I described, if we have an impact that we have unforeseen. This slide talks about the result of the process we went through. Based on the process, Allen Meyer team is determined to be highest rank offerer. Their proposal included a price for phase 1A, $1,944,693. Allen Meyer also acknowledges and agrees that the contract price for phase 1A, phase 1B, and 2 cannot exceed the GMP of $65 million as we established the GMP I mentioned in previous slide. Tomorrow, the chief engineer will present a request for an award for this contract to Allen Myers to deliver the project within GMP of $65 million. So that's just the brief process that we went through. We wanted to make sure that we brief the board before chief engineer brings the award tomorrow in front of you.
Thank you, Shalendra. Ms. Hines, yes,
Well,
we've.
Mr. Stant was.
Okay, Mr. Stant?
I like the concept because basically what you're trying to do is to partner with the contractor. The concept of guaranteed maximum price under these circumstances is nonsense. I mean, you've got geotechnical risks that you've carved out of it. You've got market risks that you carved out of it. You've got whatever the third one is. I mean, it's just not going to work. I mean, there's no way you're going to get a guaranteed price. You still got the contractor who's going to say, well, you asked me to do something that's outside of the contract. I want a change order for it. You're back to the same argument that you would be whether you did it design build or design bid build. So I like the partnering concept. I think it works, but the concept of a guaranteed maximum price is just, it's not there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Tent, this, as I discussed, this is a phased approach. So we are not getting guaranteed maximum price. We're working with them to develop a price through the phases. And the whole idea is to get the risk mitigated, taken out through the development process, so we can bring that contingency down, and it will be done under open book pricing. So we'll be working with contractor to get those prices in, and then we lock in the price at phase 2.
But still, you can't control it.
So that the goal is to just bring the risk down and partner with them to make sure, right? Yeah.
Not perfect, but it's better than a lot of things.
We're trying this. This is the first time we're trying this to
I like it.
to understand the risk and make sure how. It also educates us on how design builder bids the job. So traditional design build, we definitely have price locked in, and then there are change orders, right? In this case, we are working with them to understand risk better. So it's eventually going to help department to understand how risk works, how it's being bidded, and we can have a better estimate.
Any other questions? Ms. Hines?
Thank you. In another life, I was on a school board, and we eventually moved to a process like this where we brought the construction manager in at the very front end. It did work for us, but I think that the most important thing for us to understand is how do you get to that guaranteed maximum price? Those of us who were on the board when we did 66 outside the Beltway know that the department did a real due diligence to arrive at a price before they ever put that out. They had a very clear idea what it would cost them to build it. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us the part that you do, that VDOT does, as opposed to the part you do together, to create that box that you're trying to put this project in.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hines, great question. So department goes through the estimating process, just like any other project we are doing. We are working with our district partner to make sure all the scope is identified to the degree. At this stage is very early stage where environmental document is not even finalized. So we use the process where the contingency is pretty high. As we go through the process, like you asked, we work with the district. We have independent cost estimator that we also hire, who is going to do independent cost at many stages of this process. So we are not just relying on design builder. We have independent cost estimator doing that estimate, and then we reconcile the cost. But that process really gets refined, and risk continues to go down. So did I answer your question?
Yes, I think so, and I think just for our purposes, we need to understand that you're doing this in the front end, right, as you're going through your RFQ and your RFP process. You've got this parallel process that's looking at what the potential costs could be that gets you to setting for the contractor you select the box. So I think it's going to be really interesting to watch this play out. This is a tricky environment that we're in with prices going crazy all the time. And so, I hope that you will kind of keep us periodically in the loop about how this project goes.
Yeah.
Mr. Kasperitz?
Yeah, I guess my question would be, why would we use this progressive approach rather than a traditional design build? If you had to articulate the benefits, what would they be? Obviously, we bring the private sector in earlier in this case than we would in a traditional design build.
So, Mr. Chairman, I usually like to define this process is very useful when department and design builder both are in a situation that risks are so high, generally, and that cannot be defined and cannot be quantified. In that case, it's better for department to partner with design builder and have that real-time information coming in determining the cost of the project. Other part of this, when the market conditions are varying, I think we get to lump sum at later stage of the better design phase where we get much better confidence in that price.
Mr. Kasperitz, if I might, the Schlinder has said a number of times that this is an opportunity to be able to drive down the risk. And so in a traditional design build, the contractor and the department have evaluated the risks and have paid a premium potentially for that risk, whether it materializes or not. Through the progressive design build process, as Mr. Patel has said, that we continue to start a project. We have the known risks that are out there. And as we go through the development process, we see those risks continuing to shrink, which then reduces the premium that we would be paying because they are known. And we assign a cost to it, both the contractor and the department. So as we come together, that price that may start very large because we have risk and contingencies, we start getting a better box around what that project is, the risks that are associated with it, and the unknowns.
That's a very good answer, and I can actually think of projects that were design build that would have benefited from having the contractor involved earlier on in the process and assessing the risk. So that's a good answer, good approach.
Mr. Coleman, then Mr. Lawson.
Yes, my question is this, is the process avoid the risk of appearance of favoritism? In other words, how are the contractors vetted and to avoid any kind of conflict that way?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, good question. As I discussed the process, we went out through request for qualifications. Every offerer who is qualified is able to put in for the job. They are vetted through the qualification process and narrowed it down or pared down to 3 shortlisted offerer, just like what we do for traditional design build. And then we have them submit the technical proposal, and then we interviewed them. This is focused on qualification, mainly qualification-based selection process, best fit for the project. And we follow that process, and then we use that formula of 20% score from SOQ, Statement of Qualification. We evaluated them at 70% for technical proposal, and then we use 10% of Phase 1A price and narrowed down. The highest rank offerer becomes a selected offerer.
I guess the reason I asked that question is the other 2 of the 3 is based on price usually. So this progressive approach takes price out of it, so to speak. So it's a different approach, so I can't imagine that any contractor doesn't think they're qualified.
Yes, sir. I think, so the beauty of this process also is we work with industry, our typical design build industry, those offerer. We had this process developed and vetted through. Other part of the price is only small component, but 90% of that is a qualification, as you just mentioned, sir.
Mr. Lawson?
Thank you. Does this or can this process build in financial incentives for either cost savings or time savings? Does it factor that in at all?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lawson, that process can be built in as we continue to develop the project. And if we understand there are risks, there are schedule needs, we can work with design builder. Generally, that will reflect in the final lump sum price, because now we will have design build team tell us if you want to accelerate the project, this is how much it will cost, because now I have to double up the crew, whatever they need to do to accomplish that goal. So this process generally allows a lot more flexibility to incentivize any additional thing we need to include for the project.
We have an ability to
Yes.
incentivize somebody, actually pay them a little bit more for a savings overall?
For anything we determine that is value to the department, it just doesn't have to be schedule. It could be quality. It could be anything, safety. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. So all those things can be included, but we will have the real price information coming to us with the normal versus any stringent requirement that we put on them.
Any other questions for Mr. Patel?
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, I'd ask you to stay at the podium one quick second. I do think that the board needs to recognize the significant achievement of Mr. Patel here that was anointed onto him back in August, just last month, by the Design Build Institute of America. Shalindra and his work has been recognized as a leader within the country and with his peers for the contributions and achievements that he and his team have done for the Virginia Department of Transportation, in particular him leading the Alternative Project and Program Delivery Division for the department for a number of years. He is being instituted into the Design Build Institute of America's 2022 class of Design Build Fellows. So this is a very significant accomplishment. And again, Schlinder has done a great job in leading the department's efforts in the alternative program delivery or project deliveries. And I want to, on behalf of the chair, I think the board should recognize Mr. Patel's achievements in this realm. So. Thank you, Schlinder. All right, next on our program is item 3, Rail Industrial Access, New Millennium Building Systems by Mike Todd. Mike?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nothing like following a national award winner to set the stage for you all. So just for those I haven't worked with in the past, my name is Michael Todd. I currently oversee the rail grant programming division at DRPT. We have 3 different rail programs. The one I'll be speaking about today is the Rail Industrial Access Program. We've received a new application from New Millennium Building Systems, a Virginia company. So New Millennium is located in the city of Salem. Essentially, actually, I guess I'll back up. This steel kind of girder and decking system is essentially what they produce. And so they, design and build these systems and ship them out nationwide. The rail activity that they participate in is bringing in raw materials from the Midwest and the southern United States. And so essentially they want to be able to expand their rail capacity and bring more of those raw materials in by rail instead of truck. And so the request is $450,000 out of a $1.4 million total investment. So this does include nearly 2,000 feet of additional industrial spur and 2 new turnouts, including a new mainline turnout as well. So just to take a quick look at the site, so New Millennium actually, it's kind of separated. I will expose my ignorance here, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the name of that road that's going kind of north-south down the middle of this map. But what's that? Duquid. So that is a public at-grade crossing with the rail line. And currently they have their joist manufacturing facility on the east side here, and then on the west they have their decking facility. And essentially what they currently have to do, because they lack capacity on that western side, is they have trains that have to kind of go back and forth across this public crossing multiple times a day. And so by implementing this new spur, they'll be able to reduce that to essentially just 1 time a day. In addition, of course, it also increases their rail capacity and reduces the amount of trucks coming in and out of the site as well. So it kind of has a dual benefit. So continuing to talk about the benefits a bit, kind of the main components of scoring this project include a new 900 additional carloads a year. So that's new carloads over and above what they're currently shipping today. Adds 5 new jobs. It's part of an existing economic development area. It is in a locality that has just slightly above average, just slightly above the state average for unemployment. And this also includes $950,000 of private investment. So it's about close to a 70% match of private funding for this project. And so if we take those kind of benefits, we put it through our scoring criteria. This is how kind of the score and the points work out. It is on the Norfolk Southern line, so it is not part of the short line network. And the project scores a 58 overall. Just for the benefit, the threshold for an application for us to even present it to the board is a score of 50, so it does exceed that threshold. And so today, essentially, we have a kind of a three-step process. Today, we're just presenting the project for consideration. Next month, we would bring a resolution of approval, and then following a potential approval, we would execute the agreement and move forward with the project.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Any questions of the board? Mr. Casper.
What is their current rail car use with their existing level of production?
So they currently do just under 3,000 carloads a year. So this brings it up from 2,900 to 3,800.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, we had discussed at a previous meeting about potentially revising the criteria. Can you give an update on where we are with that?
Yeah, definitely. And we have updated the secretary about that in our recent briefing. So we are actually poised and ready to do that update. We are waiting for the rail plan that will be presented to the board before the end of the year to be adopted. We want to make sure that any of the policies that are included and adopted by the board in the rail plan can be incorporated as we update the policies for this program. So that's just what we're waiting for. Otherwise, we're poised and ready to go.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
I am wanting to take out of order the next two items, Transit Capital and Bowers Hill. Mr. Sparks did just walk in. I'm going to give him a breather to be able to catch his breath. The Bowers Hill topic, item number 5, will be deferred to tomorrow. I want to make sure that the Secretary is here for that conversation as well. Item 6, we'll jump right into items 6 and 7, and then come back to Mr. Sparks on number 4. So I'd ask Kim and the Charlottesville team to be able to come up to the podium.
Good morning. I have several smart scale action items to share with you this morning, but before I get into the details of the project changes, I'd like to introduce Sean Nelson, who is the district engineer from the Culpeper District, as well as Brandon Trentz, Stacy Smalls from the city of Charlottesville, to provide a little context into some work they've been doing.
Thanks, Kim. Chairman, members of the board, as Kim alluded to, I just want to kind of provide a little context here of why there are some agenda items here for the city of Charlottesville in regards to a cancellation of projects and then one project where there's an increased estimate. So as you all have kind of heard in past board meetings, I think the chief engineer gave a recent presentation regarding our dashboard performance on time, on budget delivery. And there was a focus on how the localities play a part in that and how some of the performance of the localities has not been up to the standard that we have set forth. So at the beginning of the year in the Culpeper District, we decided to look at our locally administered program in the city of Charlottesville. Regarding this program, we had kind of been looking at the numbers and providing updates to the city regarding where their performance was, but we had not been really getting a lot of action based on what those numbers were. So since FY 2019, on-time delivery has not been above 50%, and on budget has averaged around 60% for the same time period for the delivery of their program. Staff indicated struggle over the years, and it was apparent that the dashboard performance metric was not getting their attention. So we decided to take a step back and figure out what was another way to kind of tell the story to the city of Charlottesville of why we needed some action on their locally administered program. So in March, I sat down myself with the interim city manager and the deputy city manager, who is not here, Mr. Sam Sanders, and kind of showed them their program in terms of cash flow. The department showed them that they had a total of 34 projects on their books with a total estimate of $185 million from all funding sources. The part that really got their attention was out of that $185 million, they had only spent about 11.6, and some of the projects had been on the books since probably around 2006. So it was very apparent at that point in time that there was an issue with delivering the program. If you can't develop your projects on time, on budget, it's kind of hard to deliver them on the back end. So city leadership immediately recognized that there was an issue, and over the next few months with help from our Performance Transformation Division. We went through facilitated sessions with the city and the department to look at their program. And what we termed was to right-size their program. So out of that, the city and the city council agreed to look at 7 projects for cancellation, which are attributed to about $55 million out of their program, of which 3 are coming before you today for the board, which is a total of $20.6 million out of the smart scale projects. Along with the cancellation of the project, the city also authorized a total of 5 additional positions to help with their project delivery, and they also turned 1 project over to the department to administer. Through this process, the real big thing was the acknowledgement of the issue, which we were able to get from the city, which I think we've turned the corner here. So as they continue to move forward with their LAP program, we'll continue our dialogue with them, continue with meeting on a routine basis to look at how the program is continuing to move forward, and really also look at the next phase, which is, as projects are coming on to be funded, is it really the right opportunity for the city to deliver these projects, or does the department need to deliver them? Based on this acknowledgement of an issue, the city also this year during Smart Scale, they had a pre-app in, they decided to rescind that pre-application because they felt they were not in a position to deliver any more projects in their program. So as you listen to these next 2 workshop items, I just wanted to frame this up to you, and this is why we're here. This was part of the plan to kind of reduce and scale back their program. So we're hoping that this is a good news story to you all. And we're standing here as a partnership because without the city, we really couldn't do this and deliver our program.
I'd say members of the board, if you recall the chief engineer's presentation back in the July timeframe, on time, on budget performance overall, we were going to take a look at the locally administered program as a whole and recognize that there's some outlying entities there. What Sean has just presented to the board is exactly what the department has asked him to do. Let's take a look at the program, what is moving, what is not moving, because a project that is not moving is not having benefit back to the citizens of the Commonwealth. So I think I applaud Sean, his team, the city of Charlottesville to undertake this. This is a great first step. There are a couple other entities that we're going to have to do the same thing in the coming months or years to be able to advance the program, but this is absolutely what we have asked of the Culpeper District to undertake for the locally administered program. So, Kim, if we can, any comments by your counterpart, Charlottesville, or Mr. Yates, before we get into the presentation?
I'd just like to thank Sean Nelson. I think they've done a tremendous job on this, and these were projects that really were backed up, and I'd like to see it as an example for the other districts.
Okay. Good. Okay, Kim.
Right, I'll get into the nuts and bolts then. So I'm presenting to you a proposal to cancel 3 smart scale projects, Preston Avenue and Grady Avenue, West Main Phase 2, and West Main Phase 3. As a reminder, only the board can cancel a smart scale project once it's been selected by policy. Preston Avenue and Grady Avenue intersection improvement project was submitted by the city in round 4 of Smart Scale. It has a total original cost of $7.7 million, and it was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included combining the intersections at Grady and 10th Street with Grady and Preston Avenue into one intersection, bike ped facilities, signal upgrades, and some sheltered bus stops. The project was intended to be locally administered, but is not yet started. The benefits associated with the project were primarily due to land use. Just as a snapshot of the project, again, the project cost was $7.7, totally funded with district grant funds. It scored 11.7 and ranked 9 out of 21 projects in that cohort. $0 have been expended to date. The public response to the project prompted some concerns with the city, and the city determined that some additional study is needed to determine the best course of action moving forward. So the city has determined that the proposed project should be canceled and has submitted a request to the department to bring that cancellation forward. I'll go on to the next project unless there's a question specific to the Preston. Okay. The West Main Street Phase 2 project was also submitted by the city of Charlottesville in round 3. A total cost of $12.6 million. It was awarded with $2 million in district grant funds. The original scope included multimodal improvements, sidewalk improvements, bike lanes, and transit shelters. The project was intended to be locally administered, and the preliminary engineering phase has minimally begun. The project benefits were associated primarily with economic development. Just a snapshot of the project again, $12.7 million total cost, $2 million smart scale cost with district grant funds. It scored a 15.4 and ranked 2 out of 6 in the funding scenario. It has spent about $7,000 to date. The current project estimate again is 12.7. Again, the city of Charlottesville has spent some time, as Mr. Nelson alluded to, reassessing its local commitments and has identified other priorities to focus on. So again, in June, the city requested cancellation of the project, and the city of Charlottesville has agreed to cover the expenditures that are on the project. Finally, West Main Street Phase 3, submitted by the city in round 4 of Smart Scale. Total cost of $10.8 million, fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included multimodal improvements, bike lanes, pedestrian accommodations, and transit shelters. Again, the project was intended to be locally administered. Project has not yet started, and the benefits were associated primarily with land use. Snapshot of the project again, $10.9 million total cost, fully funded with district grant. It scored 12.4, ranked 8 out of 21, has 0 expenditures to date. Again, as part of the reassessment that Mr. Nelson alluded to, the city has reassessed its local commitments to projects and identified other priorities and requested that the department bring forward a request to cancel this project. So in summary, we'll be recommending action in October to cancel these 3 projects and transfer the district grant funds back to the district's balance entry. The table shown on the slide shows the total of $20.6 million that will go back to the Culpeper District grant balance entry. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Kim on at least this first presentation on cancellations?
Chairman, so these amounts were in the district pot, not in the statewide pot?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dotson?
Yes, I was going to ask one question for our new members. You might want to say what, and we all know what rounds they were. What years were they submitted and approved?
Okay, so round 1 was 2017, round 2 was 2018, round 3 was 2020, and round 4 was 2022 fiscal years. That was a tough question.
Well, yes, it was.
Mr. Chair, I have
Ms.
What
Sellers?
is meant by land use?
It's one of the factors by which we score smart scale projects, and adjacent land use is one of the ways that we assess benefits attributed to the project. And these projects ranked highly in land use primarily because of their location, development along the area, and the land use associated with that.
Is it like changes in land use, or it's just?
No, it's more about the accessibility and the accommodation to provide access to the adjacent land use.
Mr. Dotson?
I was going to ask, the $20,627,000, will that be available in the next round for Culpeper District?
It will be available to address cost increases on existing projects or, again, to support Smart Scale Round 5
So the money
applications.
will be there for them to use. Thanks.
So, Mr. Dotson, I'd say the next presentation will help address that exact question that you're asking. So, yes, if there are no other questions, Kim, I'd ask you to roll
I'm always
into.
looking for money.
It's isolated to the Culpeper District. So, Kim, if you could go into this next presentation.
This presentation is on 2 Smart Scale budget increase requests, one for the Fontaine Avenue streetscape improvements and the other for hydraulic road and Route 29 improvements. As a reminder, by policy, no changes to the scope or budget of a Smart Scale project that change the benefits or the cost above the thresholds shown on the slide can occur without board approval. So getting into the Fontaine Avenue project, it was submitted by the City of Charlottesville in round 1, so 2017. The total original project cost was $11.7 million. It was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope included multimodal improvements, sidewalks, bike lanes in both directions, and a rapid flashing beacon. The project is locally administered. It has finished the preliminary engineering phase and is ready to begin right-of-way. The project benefits with this project were associated primarily with land use. This is just a sketch of the project location. Total budget increase before you today is $6.2 million. That represents an increase of 53% over the current budget. Major factors driving the increase include some design modifications to include bicycle and pedestrian accommodations and to reduce right-of-way impacts to adjacent properties. In addition, there are updated unit prices and inflation impacting the cost today. Several efforts were undertaken to reduce the cost, including design modifications to minimize.
You go back one slide. Okay. Any questions of the board on the Fontaine Avenue project? Okay, hearing none.
Okay. Hydraulic Road and Route 29. This project was submitted by the city, by the Charlottesville-Albemarle Metropolitan Planning Organization in round 4 of Smart Scale. Total original cost, $24 million. The Smart Scale request of $5.7 million was funded with high priority funds. The original scope included multiple elements to improve safety and mobility at the 29 hydraulic intersection, as well as other nearby intersections and interchanges. There was a pedestrian overpass with bus stops and shelters, a roundabout at Hillsdale and Hydraulic, as well as various operational improvements at the intersection. The project is VDOT administered, where it's being developed as a design build, and the request for proposals is anticipated for October. The project benefits associated with this project were primarily land use and safety. This is just a schematic of the improvement location. You can see the multiple intersections being treated there. The project has an estimated budget increase of $4.2 million. That represents a 74% increase over the current Smart Scale budget. In the context of the entire project, however, it's an 18% increase over the total current budget. There are several factors contributing to the cost increase. There are, of course, higher than anticipated right-of-way costs, primarily due to some recent changes in the Code of Virginia that changed the definition of lost access. May potentially lead to more claims on projects that have a lot of development within the right-of-way. It also eliminated the definition of direct access, which is likely to increase the amount awarded for potential claims of lost access. In addition, other factors included the realignment of the intersection of Hydraulic and Route 29 to facilitate better operations and improve safety of that intersection, and higher than anticipated unit costs and inflation. Several initiatives were undertaken to bring the project back in line with the budget. We removed the innovative intersection treatment at Angus Road and Route 29 in response to some public comments and impacts from adjacent properties. That was with the concurrence of the county, the city, and the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It was also determined that any further reduction in scope really would reduce the effectiveness of the solution without achieving additional significant cost savings. So at application, the project had a cost of $24 million. The current estimated cost is $28.2 million. The original score of the project was 28.8. The revised score would be 16.59. The original project scored ranked 1 out of 21 in the funding cohort. Based on the revised score, it drops to 4 out of 21. And expenditures to date are about $757,000. So the proposal that will come to you for action in October is to approve this budget increase and fund it from the high priority, from the, on Fontaine, sorry. The recommendation before you for Fontaine in October is to fund the proposed increase from the Culpeper District balance entry. And as we just talked about, due to the cancellations, we're adding about $20 million to that. And so there's still quite a bit remaining in the Culpeper District balance and tree, certainly sufficient to fund the Fontaine increase. Also for your approval and action in October would be approval to fund the increase for the hydraulic road project. This request would impact high priority project balances. It's not eligible for district grant because the project was submitted by the MPO. So there's currently about $16 million available in the high priority projects balance and tree. If we funded this budget increase of $4.2 million, the total remaining would be just under $12 million. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from Ms. Pryor? Ms. Hines?
Looking at the hydraulic road one, because that's kind of a big hit to high priority, there's no other source of funding. The MPO has no dollars. There's nothing else that can be brought to bear. It has to all come from the CTB funds. Is that correct?
The Charlottesville MPO does not receive RSTP or any regional authority funding because of the size of the MPO.
Okay. The other question I would have is, it's a lot of intersections, it's in a city, is there any possibility that it could be part of our safety program that we talked about earlier today?
Ms. Hines, I'd have to defer to Kim and the team to be able to identify whether or not any of those would rise to the level of having a benefit cost ratio. I think there are others in the room that might talk a little bit more about this proposed plan and how long this proposed plan for hydraulic road has been on the books and being phased in over a period of time, recognizing the Great Depression was a start and then coming back to the hydraulic road intersection. I think that's something that we can look at and advise back into the October timeframe if you would be willing to.
Sure.
We do need some investigation into that and whether commingling of funds would be acceptable too.
Sure. Just without doing a whole lot of homework, I can tell you that in general, to apply safety projects to a project, the entire project has to be eligible for those funds. And this project, of course, has other components which wouldn't necessarily be eligible for safety. So we'd have to pick apart components of the project to do that, which I would anticipate may delay delivery even further.
Well, and I'm not interested in delaying. It really was just a question. As we look at this and you look at the intersections, clearly it will have some safety benefit with as many pedestrian bicycle facilities as are proposed. So,
Mr. Coleman, then Mr. Merrill.
I suppose I want to expose my inexperience on this board with this question, but I'm sure that Charlottesville and Culpeper, with good faith, applied for the smart scale funds. But, you know, from back in 2017, are we talking about funds that are set aside and held and now reallocated to a reprioritization later? I mean, I'm concerned about maybe others that may have applied for smart scale that didn't get any funding. We've got these stagnant projects just sitting there that aren't being acted on that was a higher priority at the time in 2017.
Yes, sir, that's a very good point, and that's part of the reason the district has worked with the city to have them consolidate their priorities, reduce the size of their program, so that they can deliver what's on their plate. And so that's the reason for the cancellation of the 3 projects that we discussed earlier.
Mr. Merrill.
So if we were to approve these recommendations at next month's meeting, there's $20 million that will be restored district grant funds to Culpeper. They could take some of that money to do the first project. The second project cannot be used with district grant funds. So my question with regard to high priority, are there other projects that are competing for that $16 million balance of high priority before we make a decision about allocating that to Culpeper?
So there are potential projects, you know, as projects develop in advance or come in for award, there may be a need for budget increases on future projects. What I can tell you is we bring them to you as we're aware of them. And so this project we're aware of right now, and we don't want to hold it up. And there's nothing else at this particular point that's being held up, waiting for a budget increase.
And a related question, if I may, was, you know, this dropped its ranking from 1st to 4th, but was Project 22, would that have been funded if the request had not been?
No, sir, because this project would have still been within the cohort.
Mr. Byers?
Just to make a comment to Mr. Coleman, I think in our meeting with Sean as well as the deputy city manager, one of the things that they discovered is that they just didn't have the capacity to manage the money that was coming in. And so I would echo to Mr. Nelson and to the city the collaboration that they're doing because they realized that they just were not able to manage what was given out in smart scale. And again, I think them not asking for additional funds this year proves the fact that they are making a good effort.
Mr. Stant?
In smart scale, is management or potential management of smart scale funds part of the analysis? Or if you understand what I'm saying, I'm just trying to, if we're looking at all these smart scale factors, is past management of smart scale funds part of the analysis?
Mr. Stant, I'd say from the department's viewpoint, that needs to be put on the table to be able to identify their past performance being indicative of being allowed to administer projects in the future, to continue to apply for them. But that is still a work in progress that we need to bring back to the board in the coming months to identify a proposed solution to it. I think the first step that I've asked of the district administrators is to work with the localities and the entities that have known performance issues to be able to address exactly what Mr. Nelson has brought forward and Kim has brought forward today. There are going to be other conversations with district grant, high priority projects, as well as safety projects, revenue sharing. I think we do not stop at just smart scale type projects when we're going to be bringing these back to you. But to your point, that is what we need to consider to being able, past performance needs to be indicative of future performance as well.
And if I could add just one point to that, Smart Scale is intended to be an objective, data-driven prioritization process. With that said, we present a list of scores and ranking to you all, and the board members, you each have the discretion to make choices different from that objective ranking. And that is certainly one thing that can and should be considered in your decision-making in round 5.
Thank you. Ms. Sellers?
So would the locality have sponsored this application had they known the district grant funds would have come available? We're saying that they don't qualify for district grant funds because the MPO was the one who sponsored the application. So had they known these district grant funds would have come available, would they have made a different decision?
Potentially. I'm sure the city supported the MPO's request for funding for the hydraulic intersection improvement, but the Code of Virginia just doesn't allow district grant funds to be applied to a project that was submitted by an MPO.
And I'll add to, the project is both in the city and in the county.
Right. Okay.
Right. When we continue to move on, Kim, I think we do have, both of these action items will be taken up at the October board meeting, so we're not asking the board to take any action tomorrow on this item. So,
Thank you.
thank you. We're going to go back into the agenda and revisit the transit capital and transit planning policy. Item number 4, Grant Sparks. Grant, hopefully we gave you enough of a breather.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Grant Sparks. I'm the Acting Chief of Public Transportation for DRPT. And today I will be presenting some recommended policy changes to both our transit capital and transit planning policies. So first, before we get into the proposed policy changes, we wanted to give a refresher on a few code requirements as it relates to the use of the Commonwealth Mass Transportation Fund. As you can see on this graphic, almost half, or 46.5%, of the CMTF goes to WMATA, followed by 27%, which goes to our operating assistance program. 18% goes to our capital assistance program, which is what we will focus on today. and then 6% and 2.5% go to our transit ridership incentive program and our special programs respectively. Also included in state code are requirements regarding the prioritization of projects that are funded through the CMTF. Item number 1 here is specific to the Transit Capital Program, which states that the CTB is required to adopt a prioritization process for allocating funds to projects. Within that requirement, all state of good repair projects must be based on transit asset management principles. Have some definitions here on this slide as well. State of good repair in the transit industry refers to the replacement or rehab of existing capital assets. And then transit asset management is a federal requirement which emphasizes the replacement and maintenance of existing assets before purchasing anything new or expanding. And the second bullet point here, all major expansion projects within the capital program must be prioritized based on objective and quantifiable measures. We define a major expansion transit capital project as anything over $2 million. And then our current policy uses a similar scoring methodology to Smart Scale for scoring those major expansion projects. And finally, number 2 here, this section of the code also requires DRPT and the CTB to incorporate service delivery factors into the development of transit development plans and transit strategic plans. The primary service delivery factors that we use are ridership and the cost to deliver transit service, but we also have other factors including service efficiency and effectiveness. So then the last code reference here, this one establishes a Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee, or TSDAC, which purpose is to advise DRPT and the CTB in the refinement and improvement of transit program formulas and prioritization methods, as well as transit planning requirements. This body is comprised of 8 members, including 1 CTB member, which is currently held by Dr. Smoot. And this is currently the roster for TSDAC. The Virginia Transit Association has 2 appointments. Those are held by Kate Mattice with NVTC and Sam Sink with GRTC. The Community Transportation Association of Virginia has 1 appointment, which is currently held by Brian Booth with Blacksburg Transit. The Virginia Municipal League has 1 appointment as well, which is currently held by Cindy Mester with the City of Falls Church. Virginia Association of Counties has an appointment, which is currently held by John McGlennon with the James City County Board of Supervisors. And then DRPT has 3 appointments. Those are held by Jim Dyke, Dr. Smoot, and then also Jamie Jackson with Fredericksburg Transit. So now getting into the policy recommendations for capital. Over the course of the last 6 months, DRPT staff have worked closely with this TSDAC group to identify areas to refine and improve our transit capital program and planning policies. In this section of the presentation, I'll review the recommendations specific to transit capital. This one is another refresher slide, and it shows how our transit capital program is currently broken down. We separate all transit capital projects into 3 buckets. State of good repair, which is replacing or rehabbing existing assets. Usually those are buses. We have our minor enhancement section, which are improvements or smaller scale expansions. These are, again, under $2 million. And then we classify major expansion capital projects as anything over $2 million, and it has to have a capacity expansion component to it. So in June, TSDAC voted unanimously to approve a set of recommendations. There are some fairly minor policy recommendations as well. These are kind of the overarching summary recommendations. Included in your board packet should be a redlined policy, which provides more details on the specifics of our recommendations. But I'll go through these 5 overarching recommendations individually in more detail. So the first one for transit capital is to provide new incentives for transit agencies to seek federal discretionary funding. Under our current policy, we have a minimum 4% local match requirement on all transit capital projects, regardless of whether or not federal discretionary funding is leveraged. You can see on the top table here, this is just an example capital project for the replacement of a 35-foot bus. Typically, a 35-foot bus costs around $550,000, and what we typically see is that 68% of that vehicle is typically funded through the state. Our current policy allows for smaller scale capital projects to have up to 68% state funding on them. You have the 4% local match requirement in there as well, and then most transit agencies, those that get federal funding, will fill in the rest of the funding gap with federal, which is in this case 28%. Our recommended policy down at the bottom will again provide this incentive for transit agencies to go after more federal discretionary funding. I think as many of you all know, there's a whole lot more funding out there for public transportation within IIJA. And so providing more incentives to our agencies to apply for that funding, we think is the way to go. So again, going back to this, this example project, we again have a 35-foot bus replacement here on the table below. Total cost is the same. If we lower that local match requirement, so in this example we have down to 2%, we also can then lower the state match down to 18%, and we're able to do that because federal discretionary programs for transit typically fund up to 80% of the project cost. So in this example, it's a true win-win scenario for both the state and the locals, and so we're trying to encourage more applications to these programs by providing more of an incentive. Second policy change here is to update transit capital scoring methods to allow for just-in-time delivery of buses and other assets. Under our current policy, bus replacement projects start to accrue points when the bus reaches 95% of its estimated service life. Buses typically, depending on the size and the weight, have anywhere between 4 and 12 years of an estimated service life. The problem with our current policy is that for larger vehicles, it typically takes 2 years plus to manufacture the bus and to put it into service. And then for smaller vehicles, it's somewhere between 6 to 8 months to manufacture and put that vehicle into service. And these are both pre-COVID delivery timeframes. With the issues on supply chain, we are seeing much longer wait times for those vehicles to be manufactured and put into service. So we think this is a critical policy recommendation, which here at the bottom, we are recommending to reduce that threshold to 80% of the asset's estimated service life to begin accruing points. So that as transit agencies are applying to replace their buses, or the Commonwealth Transportation Board approves it in June. They can then in July place the orders, and by the time that vehicle is reaching the end of its estimated service life, the vehicle is being delivered. So that's the just-in-time component. Policy change number 3 for transit capital is to update scoring methods to include more project categories, which will allow DRPT staff to differentiate more between certain project types. Under the current policy, every transit capital project is grouped into one of 12 project categories, which receive different service impact scores. You can see those categories listed in the sub-bullet below. Our recommendation here is to expand those project categories to 15, which will allow us to differentiate between projects in terms of their project score. So a little more stratification with the project scores by implementing this policy change. You can see on the sub-bullets here some of those details, but it's basically just to create additional categories within our policy. Policy change number 4 is to add a new incentive scoring category, which will reward projects that achieve statewide priorities. Under the current policy, all transit capital projects can receive up to 10 bonus points if they meet certain criteria. Those criteria include if the project is for a LEED certified building, if it's for the purchase of an electric or hybrid vehicle, and there are a few other types of projects that we provide these additional points for. Our recommendation here is to kind of expand on that a little bit. We're still providing these bonus points. We're calling them incentive points. And so we classify, transit agencies can receive these points in two ways. If the project is classified as an innovation, zero emission, and/or safety project, then it will receive some of these points. And then if DRPT data and planning requirements are met, they can also receive some of these points, and that gets to agency accountability. That second point, DRPT annually and monthly has a number of data requirements for our transit agencies to provide DRPT with. We also have a number of planning requirements, and so this is providing an additional incentive for agencies to keep providing us good quality data on time. And then the final recommended policy change for transit capital here is to update scoring methods for large projects in an effort to streamline the scoring process. Major expansion scoring under our current policy is weighted based on geography, similar to Smart Scale. You can see those different weights here on the screen. What we're recommending here is to remove all language, tables, and graphics in the current policy that requires geographic-based weighting and relative scores. So we've done some sensitivity analyses on projects that have been applied for major expansion funding in the past, and what we saw was that the geographic-based weighting didn't really make an impact on final decision-making. It's just, for the transit projects, the geographic-based weighting is kind of irrelevant. So we're proposing this recommendation because it'll allow us to streamline the scoring process for these types of projects. So moving along to the transit strategic plan policy recommendations, we only have two here, and again, at the June meeting for TSDAC, they voted unanimously to approve these recommendations. I'll go into a little bit more detail on these. The first one is to modify the transit strategic plan annual update process from a letter submission to a joint quarterly meeting. Under our current policy, all transit agencies that are required to complete a transit strategic plan must submit an annual update letter to DRPT, which describes any significant changes that the agency has experienced since they adopted their TSP. What we're recommending here is to essentially remove that requirement of an annual update letter, and in replace, we will have this joint quarterly meeting where DRPT planning and program management staff will sit down with each transit agency and review their transit strategic plan and any significant changes that the agency has experienced. We felt that a dialogue with the transit agencies will be more valuable than just seeing something in letter format. That way we can ask questions to the transit agency and really kind of take a deeper dive on what's going on with their service. And then the final policy change for recommendation here is to modify the 5-year review from a major update to a minor update. Under our current policy, all transit agencies that are required to complete a transit strategic plan must complete a major update every 5 years, which essentially is creating a brand new transit strategic plan every 5 years. What we're recommending here is that all agencies that must complete a TSP do a minor update at the 5-year mark to review the status of their plan and update capital needs, and then every 10 years the agency must develop a brand new transit strategic plan document through a major update. We are recommending this because we believe this will reduce the administrative burden on DRPT and transit agencies to complete a brand new plan every 5 years. We also recognize that some transit agencies aren't changing that drastically in just a 5-year mark. So we're recognizing that and making that recommend to make that requirement pushed back to 10 years. I will also mention that if a transit agency has experienced significant change within that 5-year window, they still can do a brand new plan if they wish to. We just won't make that a requirement. So in terms of next steps, we submitted both of these policy changes, or we opened it up for public comment back in August, and at the next board meeting in October, we will be bringing those policy changes to you all for action. I believe that's my last slide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sparks. What I'd ask is, Jennifer, do you have, or Director DeBrule, do you have any comments before we go into questions?
Yeah, just briefly, I will add that these policies and the red lines are in your folder. Were developed after the transit reform legislation of 2018. I think the good news is we spent a lot of time working on developing these policies. We've spent the last 6-7 months working on a real detailed evaluation of those policies to see if they were providing this board with the data-driven decision-making process that you need to make good funding decisions each year. And we came out of it with a series of pretty technical changes, but by and large, both DRPT and the industry feel like that the program's working the way it's supposed to. And so while this is a little weedy, and for those of us in the room that are planners, we love this kind of stuff, but I know it's a lot of technical content, but the good news for the board members, and particularly for those of you that are new, we'll walk you through this with real projects. Literally, we score hundreds of projects every spring and bring those to this board with a funding recommendation to make sure that we're allocating our limited revenues on the best projects that help move Virginians. So this a little technical, but we're in a really, really good place with both of these programs, and appreciate the work of Grant and his team to get us to this point today.
Thank you, Director. Any questions of Grant or the Director? Merrill.
Yes, thank you, Grant. I thought this was very well done. I had two inquiries. One was on the policy change about the allocation of funds. We recognize that we have a lot of funds available federally now with the IIJT. But I have a concern of the unintended consequences. With such a small amount of money by locality, is there any risk that we're going to incentivize acquisition of buses, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves not being able to support those? I mean, when I look at a $550,000 bus and the locality only has to put in $11,000, it's like, why not? So that was one question I had, is about will we have to revert back when the IIJT money goes away? So two-part question. You know, $11,000, why not go ahead and request a bus? And then what happens when the IIJT money goes away? That's question one. And question two was on policy 4. Given our earlier conversation about safety, the change in the awards thing it was, where we're removing pedestrian safety improvements and crime, unintended consequences of that, because we talked about pedestrian safety earlier, and it may be implied in the safety comment, but on your policy change number 4, we're taking out pedestrian safety improvements and improved lighting.
Yeah, I'll address that last one first. So the pedestrian safety improvements would still receive bonus points. Under the recommended policy change, and you can actually dig into this in the detailed red line policy, but safety projects will still get those bonus points.
Pedestrian as well.
Including pedestrian projects. So getting back to the incentives for transit agencies to apply for federal discretionary funding through the IIJA programs. Prior to IIJA, transit agencies in Virginia were not super competitive with applying to these various programs. And these programs, many of them existed prior to IIJA. They just weren't funded as well. And in talking to our agencies about, why aren't you applying for this federal discretionary funding, there were a number of reasons. Some of them just haven't played in that space before. They have administrative burdens. They need help putting the application packet together. But also, under our current policy, all capital projects have this 4% minimum local match requirement. And so regardless of whether an agency received a federal discretionary award or not, they still had to put in 4%. So there wasn't really a financial incentive for the agencies to apply. I understand your point about, it's not a whole lot of money, 4% in the grand scheme of things. For some of our agencies, 4% actually is, especially in our rural areas. And so whatever we can do to help reduce that, that burden, I think we expect to see an increase in applications. But Director DeBoer, if you had anything else.
If I can just add briefly, the other part, I know you're concerned about, would they go and acquire more buses because the match is lower? And I think that's where our capital planning requirements come in. On the state side, we're looking at that to make sure that they need the assets that they're applying for, and FTA does that as well. So I don't think we're incentivizing anybody to go acquire assets that they don't need, but we are helping eliminate some of the burden. We have one of the lowest participation rates in these federal discretionary programs in the country. And so it's important to us to bring that IIJA money back to the Commonwealth and get more than our fair share back to the Commonwealth. And so we're doing that, one, by making this recommendation, but two, to Mr. Sparks' earlier point, one of the things that we hear from the smaller transit agencies is they either don't want to take on the administrative burden of the federal funding, or they don't know how to walk through that application process. And in both of those situations, we're helping them do that. We're either helping them apply or we're applying on their behalf. So we're committed to make sure that we bring that money back to the state.
One quick follow-up question. Do you also get commitments that the localities will commit to maintaining them?
Yes, everybody that's receiving federal funds has to have a transit asset management plan. And so that is taking care of the assets that they have first before they acquire anything new. So not only is that a federal requirement, but the state of good repair prioritization methodology is built off of that requirement. So we're also making sure that they're taking care of what they have. That's why they have to report to us twice a year on maintenance and mileage and things like that.
Mr. Coleman?
These numbers are based on gas-operated buses, I assume. So the price of a bus is gas-operated. Is any thought of looking at alternatives as we move more to more efficient, less gas-operated buses?
So larger transit vehicles are typically diesel powered, and you're right that the example shown on this slide was for the cost of a diesel replacement bus. IIJA, there are two big programs in the transit space under IIJA. One is the Bus and Bus Facilities Program, and one is the Low and No Emission Program. Prior to IIJA, Bus and Bus Facilities received way more funding than the Low and No Emission Program. Under IIJA, they flipped that. And now the Low and No Emission Program, I think it's over $1.5 billion every single year to low and no emission vehicle projects. And so we are certainly, with this policy change, we are hoping to see more agencies start to look at converting their fleets to low and no emission. And you're right, the cost is, it's more expensive to buy a battery electric bus, for example, compared to its diesel counterpart. Sometimes it's as much as double the amount as a diesel bus. And so yeah, we're doing what we can with this policy recommendation to encourage more applications to both the Bus and Bus Facilities Program, but also the Low and No Emission Program.
How would that increase if it's double? Affect the percentages the state has to step up, and even the localities? I mean, it seems like the percentages would be the same, so it would double that as well, right?
Correct, exactly. The percentages have to remain the same, and so if it's double the price, then it's double the amount essentially that the locals and the state need to put in to purchase that vehicle. And there's also the infrastructure costs, which is a whole nother component to transitioning fleets.
Any additional questions from Mr. Sparks?
Policy or process, are we voting all the policy changes as one, or will we take them individually?
Ms. Sellers, today's workshop is just a presentational only. There is no action being asked of the board.
So when we are asked to take action, will it be as a?
They are two separate policies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sparks. What I'd like to do now is be able to propose a 10-minute break. I think we're starting to lose some board members. Take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 10:30. But having said that, as I said, we're going to take a couple items out of the agenda for today, move them to tomorrow's agenda. Item 5, Bowers Hill, will be pushed to tomorrow. Item 8, the revisions to the 23 to 24 budgetary assumptions will be pushed to tomorrow. And then items 14 and 15, dealing with the national electric vehicle infrastructure and multi-use trails, will be pushed tomorrow. But I'm confident that we can get through the rest of the agenda today. So next up, we're going to have, when we come back from break, we will have Laura Farmer talk about the Route 28 District Series 2012 defeasance. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. All right, let's go ahead and take our seats again and reconvene the meeting. As I indicated, that there are a number of items that are going to be addressed tomorrow morning. But we'll follow up, starting with item number 9, Route 28's District Series 2012 defeasance. Laura Farmer. Laura?
Sir, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This morning I'm going to present a series of 3 items to you. None of them are related to each other. They're just a common presenter. And so the first one being Route 28 District and the proposed defeasance of their Series 2012 bonds. The Transportation Improvement District would like to use the revenues in the District Project Completion Fund to defease Series 2012 bonds. In accordance with the master indenture that was established for this program, the board's approval is needed to authorize the chairman to complete that action. This slide provides an overview of the history of both the improvement district and the contract. The first section talks about the legislation that created the Route 28 Improvement District in the, I believe, the late 80s, and then the General Assembly authorized the issuance of bonds in 1988. Also in that same year, a contract was established between the board, the Fairfax County EDA, as well as the commission, and we entered into the Route 28 District contract. The contract has been amended over time based on the trajectory of the projects, and as of today, all projects were completed within the last year to year and a half, and these actions are just administering the debt associated with those commitments. District revenues are held by the U.S. Bank as the fiscal agent, and they're dispersed to pay debt service on the bonds issued by the authority and the board to finance the projects. Any excess revenues ultimately fall into this surplus fund called the Route 28 District Project Completion Fund. This fund can be used for any debt service shortfalls over the period of time, as well as any improvements related to the project. It has been called upon previously for various project commitments. Any remaining surplus is paid back to the counties for the general government purposes once all bonds are retired. The board and the authority have public bond issuances outstanding, and we've taken advantage of refundings that they've been available to us over this time period. The board has issued $160 million with $56.2 million outstanding, and the commission, through the authority, has issued $183.8 million, and about $135 of that is outstanding. At the end of fiscal year 22, the district completion fund had an available balance of $9.4 million. In the spring of this year, at their annual meeting, the district recommended using these amounts to defease a portion of the CTB Series 2012 bonds, since they are currently callable. They have 5 remaining maturities due in 2028 through 2032, and the current plan is to use this balance to defease bonds across these maturities, resulting in a gross savings of $12.2 million over the time period. The table summarizes the expected cash flow savings for this defeasance, and the graph shows you the existing debt service and the bars and the lines after the project defeasance, the bond defeasance planned. A resolution will be presented for the board's consideration at your October meeting. If you choose to approve it, a defeasance notice will be provided to the bondholders, and those available revenues in the fund will be used to defease them by the end of this calendar year. Be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from Ms. Farmer? Riveting presentation, so we're ready to go on to the next one. So, Ms. Farmer, you have the floor on the next one.
So I'll try to make it a bit more exciting. I'm here today to give you an update on Interstate 81 and particularly our efforts related to negotiating TIFIA loans to support project activity. If you were part of the I-81 Advisory Committee as members of the board and our representatives there, you'll have seen some of this material at the July committee meeting. I'm going to provide that overview to the board fully in terms of the status of the financial picture of the program, as well as an update as to where we are with TIFIA. In terms of a refresher, this slide provides the legislative background and the history of establishing the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program and Fund. It was established in 2019 and then altered in 2020 as part of the omnibus legislation. That legislation authorized the sale and issuance of bonds not to exceed $1 billion for the corridor. It also reduced the geographic footprint for collection of fuel tax revenues. It's only those localities that actually touch the I-81 corridor. It was originally planning districts along the corridor. And it also provided for the allocated funding from the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, or IOEP, because we love acronyms at VDOT. This slide provides the funding sources and structure for the I-81 program. The dedicated funding for the program is deposited into the I-81 Improvement Fund. We have regional taxes. The regional fuel taxes along the corridor are dedicated to the program. In its first year, it was an additional 2.1% tax on gasoline and diesel sold by a distributor to the retail dealer. And as fuel taxes statewide changed, also changed the I-81 corridor funds as well as all regional fuel tax collections. And beginning in July 2020, it changed to a per gallon rate and subject to annual CPI adjustments to that rate. It also receives an allocation from the IOE program. It's equal to the ratio of VMT, or vehicle miles traveled on 81 by vehicles class 6 or higher. Those are your tractor trailer vehicles, to total VMT on all interstates statewide. And so I-81, as you might imagine, has the largest share of this effort and receives the largest share of interstate allocations. Those funds are intended to provide for pay-go as we move projects forward. That represents cash on hand. This slide provides the planned use of the regional fuels tax. It's just a graphical depiction. It supports pay-go as the projects are moving forward, but also the lien structure anticipated for this program with the potential of senior, subordinate, and their associated reserve funds as needed. This slide provides revenue, performance, and projection of what's committed to Interstate 81 when we began in fiscal year 2020, and the performance of the regional fuels taxes, the share of the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, and the interest earned on the fund itself for the first 2 years, as well as projections the first 3 years, and projections beginning in 2023. In terms of year end, as of June 30th, we exceeded the estimate just slightly at just over $76 million in fuel tax revenue. The lower table on the slide depicts the current snapshot of information on the fund balance, the bond proceeds through the end of July, as well as the fund balance itself and expenditures to date through the end of July. We've spent just over $117 million on project commitments from I-81, both pay-go and bond proceeds. This slide depicts some information that will also be included in a report that is due in December. So you'll actually hear from Dave Covington and perhaps myself in October as the last board meeting before December. So we file that annual report on the status of the corridor and the project delivery. In terms of existing scope and what was approved in terms of the corridor plan back in December of 2018, the board considered the improvements along the corridor and the projects necessary in the 3 construction districts. And those costs were estimated at that time based on awards to date and currently planned estimates. The total portfolio value is $2.69 billion worth of improvements, and we plan to have those completed by 2033. This slide provides the preliminary funding by year and by source. As you can see, it's a well-balanced funding mix anticipated with both pay-go funds available to us and multi-lien debt. The TIFIA loans that we are currently negotiating for, they're drawn down just based on cash flow needs. And so though we enter into the loan agreements within the next several months, they're they're structured that they're available to draw upon as the fund itself needs the cash. We're also maintaining a target cash balance, and the graph itself demonstrates that the annual cost, which is the line on the bar graph, show the expected cash flows exceed annual revenue, but that's where the funds we're collecting today, as well as the draw upon the debt, helps us deliver the heaviest construction planned in fiscal year 25 through 28. But it's important to note that over half of the spending is supported by the PAYGO funds available over the period. In terms of a debt issuance plan, if you were here a year ago, you'll remember that we actually issued bonds in the summer of 2021. The I-81 fuel tax revenues support all the debt issued for the program and doesn't impact the debt capacity of the Commonwealth. This is structured similar to bond programs in the regions, and a mixture is anticipated of both TIFIA as well as municipal bonds, but primarily TIFIA is in the finance plan just due to the rates that we're able to achieve, and I'm going to get into that in a subsequent slide. In 2021, with both par and premium, we were able to bring in $102 million to support a project's expenditure activity. The second column highlights the TIFIA loan value, and then the third is future financing for the program. This slide just provides results of the issuance we had last year and the expected features of that issuance with a final maturity in 36 years and a true interest cost of 3.01%. We did some looking. If we were to go out today, given market conditions with a similar profile, the likely result would be 121 basis points higher today, with $132 million in additional debt service or $19 million in present value. And so timing is everything. And so we were thankful we were able to move those bonds forward last year. And so I think that's important as we move forward and the features that TIFIA offers us related to financing the future improvements. So getting into the details of TIFIA, the proposed structure allows us to maximize its program benefits. So the rural loan, the components of the corridor that qualify for rural eligibility, allows us to finance up to 49% of the project costs at 1/2 of the 30-year Treasury rate. Regular loans or non-rural areas of the corridor that do not qualify for the rural designation, we can finance up to 33% of the project cost. Repayment term is 35 years. It has a flexible payment structure and draw period up to 1 year after completion. So that's where we're managing the cash flow of the program and can draw upon the activity after the project is complete. It also allows us to advance projects. Our financing anticipated with TIFIA is approximately $808 million over the life of the construction. And we package the projects are staged in terms of rural and regular based on their qualifications and based on project readiness and their schedule. We have a first series of TIFIA loans are currently in progress. We submitted letters of interest this time last year, and we've been diligently working with the Build America Bureau staff and their support, both legal and financial advisors over this time period. This table highlights just the total project costs of the rural and regular loans, as well as the estimated loan amount of those loans. This was estimated in 2021, and obviously estimates have been updated. These subsequent slides provide some details about the current project value. So we have seen some of the smaller projects come in under expectations from what we submitted a year ago. In addition, the larger project was committed to in the spring of 2021, and so that price is locked in on that contract value of $232 million for the subordinate lien for the regular loan. In terms of loan structure, TIFIA has fixed interest rates based on U.S. Treasury and per those guidelines that TIFIA has established. As I mentioned before, for the senior lien rule, we're at 1/2 of the 30-year Treasury rate, and for the subordinate lien, we're at the 30-year Treasury rate. For the senior lien, we anticipate a single drawdown middle of next year for the projects. And for the subordinate lien or the regular loan, we expect just 2 draws at the end of fiscal year 2025. And this table just provides the summary of our interest payment schedules we anticipate if we're able to enter into these loan agreements by the end of this calendar year. We also took a look at a similar public sale if we were to continue to move these along in a public fashion. For the rural senior, we believe we achieve a net present value savings of about $5 million, and the rural subordinate, a net present value of about $3 million. And those savings are if we continue to the TIFIA path rather than subject ourselves to market rates today. So the I-81 program and the master indenture that it has set up, as well as our negotiations to date with the Build America Bureau, have resulted in these program requirements highlighted on the slide. We have debt service coverage thresholds for the senior, the intermediate, and the total debt service coverage of the program. We also have established debt service reserve funds as highlighted here and what those requirements will be. This slide just highlights our preliminary schedule, where we are to where we've been. We've done TIFIA creditworthiness review and continue to do due diligence and are in the term negotiations for the loan agreements. They're in really good shape, and they will be advanced to you in October for your consideration to allow us to continue this process, both submitting the loan applications to TIFIA as well as entering into those loan agreements. Just like all debt of the Commonwealth, they also will advance to Treasury Board. And so our intent is to brief Treasury Board in October and then request their approval in November. And again, like all debt, the governor actually approves this too once those steps are complete. And we anticipate closing these 2 loan agreements in December. That concludes my prepared remarks on another riveting topic, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. Any questions of the board?
A great program.
It is. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Commissioner, the fuel tax is a user-paid concept. It's great. If we believe some and we're going all electric, what's the electric equivalent of that, or how do we recover those users? And then have you all factored that in? I don't know if you're measuring, are we dropping in our fuel consumption or electric going up, and is that factored into this analysis?
Sir, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lawson, in terms of that question, we regularly correspond with Department of Taxation, who provides the revenue estimate for the corridor and all fuel tax collections that the state supports. I would say that we're very cognizant of the fact of the changeover and what's happening in the arena. I think that has a lot to do with the coverage that TIFIA expects us to have in our debt service reserves. What that allows for is General Assembly action. If we're going to continue to monitor this, and as a department and as future administrations see what is happening related to fuel taxes, it provides for that opportunity to course correct. But for now, we feel like the coverage as well as the I-81 program itself allows us to adjust in the future.
Mr. Lawson, it might be helpful, Ms. Farmer, to be able to expand upon that answer in the fact that the JLARC report that came out that identified that the actions of the General Assembly in 2020 or 2021 did offset and delay the negative impact associated with the rate of introduction of electric vehicles in the vehicle fleet. So maybe you can expand on that.
So from the statewide perspective and what we look at for VDOT performance and well as all transportation modes, the Commonwealth Transportation Fund itself has the introduction of the highway use fee, which offsets what's happening related to fuel taxes. And so as it's just getting established, I believe this is its 2nd year, that is meant to offset it at a statewide capacity. That revenue source is not available to I-81 in terms of supporting this debt, but at the same time, that ongoing monitoring and the impact statewide is critically important.
Okay. Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, just one question. Thank you for the presentation. On your slide 7, I should know the answer to this, but does the PAYGO have a defined expiration date? Because I notice on your graph, it shows that the PAYGO funding tapers off beginning in 2030 is the last year. So is that set in legislation, or is that a continuation?
Right, so the graph is really just a depiction of the project activity. So as we discussed at the advisory committee meeting, as 2033 approaches, what that next tranche of improvements on I-81 will actually probably come and absorb the PAYGO funding. And so what we're just doing is looking at the planned improvements today, and then what subsequent improvements will be available to use the funds that are continuing to come in.
And the regional fuel tax does not go away.
That's correct.
Okay.
It does not have an expiration.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Excellent. Next up.
Next up is an authorization for the additional funds from the toll facilities revolving account for the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network. I'm going to pinch hit for myself and Chris Hall this morning, related to what's needed for the network. So just to provide an overview, for those of you who are not familiar, and this is your first introduction to Hampton Roads and the Express Lanes network, this provides a continuous network in each traffic direction on I-64 from Jefferson Avenue, the Jefferson Avenue interchange in Newport News, to the I-64, 264, 664 Bowers Hill interchange in Chesapeake. It was divided into 4 segments for delivery as well as construction by the district. Phase 1 is under construction, includes both segment 2A and B, and today we're going to talk about 2A and B together and what's needed there. Segment 3 is considered the HRBT expansion project, as you're familiar with that, and it's expected to be operational by the end of 2026. And Phase 2 in design are the remaining segments highlighted in the table on the left-hand side, all of which are expected to be online by August of 2026. When we advance segment 2B and its relating tolling infrastructure in 2020, the total project estimate was $24.8 million. That contract was scheduled to be complete in August of 22. However, there are some final unveiling work items that were deleted from that segment contract due to the delay in the final opening date of the entirety of segment 2, concluding segment 2 as well as 2B, as well as the high-rise bridge project. So a new contract is required to execute that remaining unveiling work, and funds are insufficient based on the remaining balance. And so that work includes pavement markings, tubular delineators. If the secretary was here, he'd tell you that those were the PVC things coming out of the pavement. So, and the unveiling of toll-related signage. The contract cost estimate is $2.9 million for those remaining activities, and VDOT is requesting that this supplemental funding be provided from toll facility revolving account to cover those additional costs. What I'd like to highlight is that the account status and its position in the master tolling agreement. So back in 2020, the CTB entered a master tolling agreement with the department as well as the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission. And it was anticipated in that agreement that additional funds from TIFRA would be needed over the life of construction. Based on the arrangements in that agreement, all TIFRA advances, including anything additional that's done since the day we signed it, which we knew we would probably need some additional funds to cover tolling integration until construction is complete, would be repaid in accordance with the revenue waterfall for the network. The history of those TIFRA allocations to date for this effort and the network are included in the resolution and decision brief in your packet, so I did not choose to enumerate that activity for you today. The available funds in the account are sufficient to provide for these funds, and we'll hope that you'll be able to see approval. In terms of the requested action, we would appreciate authorization to advance these funds. Action is requested this month due to a calendar issue. The TIP and STIP actions by the MPO need to be complete in October to stay on schedule, and their meeting is just before the CTB meeting in October, which is late in October next month. So with that, I'll take any questions, and the Commissioner might elaborate on the network if I botched that completely.
No, she did. We'll have a lot more conversation on the network tomorrow with the Bowers Hill conversation as well. But I think this is an important aspect, that this is integrating, putting the final steps on the project that we have, integrating the high-rise bridge into the section that we have just recently completed. The high-rise bridge is tracking behind. We anticipate it, at least on paper, to be completed by December of this year. We think the contractor will be at least the first quarter, and at the latest second quarter calendar year of 23. But this is truly trying to sync up the two projects and make it a contiguous section from really 564, which the map is still up, but 564 all the way to Bowers Hill. And this is the final component that one we took out of the original project that was there because of the tracking of the high-rise bridge. And this is required to be able to make this interim section consistent and continuous from 564 all the way to Bowers Hill. So it is a requirement that we have to be able to have the network operational. So having said that, playing dual roles of trying to explain the network with Ms. Farmer as well as playing chair of the board today, are there any questions for Ms. Farmer on this item? Okay. It will be on the action agenda for tomorrow. Again, we normally wouldn't have done this, but recognizing the calendar between the MPO and the board does not allow us that action, and certainly would have had this in the August meeting, but we did not have an August meeting, so timing is of issue. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item number 12, our maintenance and operations program. This will be a review by the Chief of Maintenance and Operations for a review of what we have done in past years on the comprehensive review of the maintenance program. This starts setting the stage for a subsequent presentation next month, and the Secretary felt that it was very important with the amount of board changeover that we give an overview of what was done in 2019, 2020.
Been covered. So very similar pavements. We do evaluation or inspection of it. Then we come back and we do a rating. And that rating is the general condition rating, GCR. And you'll see how that's based on a 0 to 9 scale. That 0 to 9 scale is, again, FHWA rating scale that we comply with. And that's any time that any one of those three items, the deck, substructure, or superstructure, has a general condition rating, whichever is the lowest, that's the one that rules. That's the one you'll see for that particular structure. So you can see here in the picture what those three items are and how that scale works. So these are just some quick pictures of a good structure, some examples of where it gets to be fair, and we call that cusp because it's on the cusp maybe of going to poor, and then poor or structurally deficient. So we changed the way we talk about that a little bit. In the past, the federal government, FHWA, considered poor those ratings in red as structurally deficient. That nomenclature has changed, so they go by poor. So we revised ours to go by fair, good, fair, and poor to match up with FHWA. The code still has structurally deficient in it, but structurally deficient and poor are one and the same. Again, inventory, we have a little over 21,000 bridges. And you can see how that is broken down by NBI bridges, National Bridge Inventory, and you also see there are about almost 1,500 local bridges that fall in that as well. NBI bridge is any bridge that is 20 feet long, wide. You cross an opening of some kind, 20 feet, and it has to be 36 square feet or greater. So that's how That's how that goes. We do have a number of bridges that are not on the MBI in some of our localities and some of our roads as well. So now, pavements and bridges, and these are the targets that CTB set going forward. So bridges, we look at on a 50-year basis, and pavements, we look at those on a 20-year basis. The life cycle of a pavement is shorter than the life cycle of a bridge. So, and then the commitment of funds that we made, $463 million for our pavements, $384 million per year for our bridges, and that was based on 2019 dollars. So that's important to remember that, and I'm going to say something the commissioner has pounded into me a little bit, is the target is the target is the target. You set the targets, our job is to make sure we meet those targets. As we have had inflation, that $463 million has grown a little bit over the last, it cost us more in 2022 paving season to pave the roads to meet those targets than it did in 2021 and 2019 and so forth. So that's something that we continue to look at, but we're meeting those targets, and that's what job you gave us, that's what you passed, and you'll see next month as we look at that that's our goal each year, is to meet those targets that you have set for us.
Mr. Kasperich.
Mr. Gregg, I should probably know the answer to this, but I'll ask you. How do greenhouse gas emission reduction targets inform this process of making decisions on how we maintain, specifically bridges? That's probably the best example. And I guess to frame the question, if we were to apply a higher level of maintenance to some of our bridges, the replacement cycle would be longer. Is that generally accepted in the engineering of our bridge maintenance?
Much.
So perhaps the most carbon-intensive thing we can do in this scenario
Concrete plant.
would be replacing a bridge. We're adding new concrete. The emission factor there is significant. Does the greenhouse gas emission reduction, or should greenhouse gas emission reductions affect some of the targets that we set in these programs?
So, Mr. Kasperich, I'll go ahead and answer the question. And when we set these targets in 2019, that was not a consideration. However, we recognized, if you recall, the series of presentations that we gave to the Commonwealth Transportation Board at the time was recognizing the age of our infrastructure and the number of facilities that were due to come to their end of useful life. And that was predominantly because of the build-out of the interstate era. What we saw out of that was we needed to take a balanced or a more preservation-first approach to fixing those cusp bridges to be able to prolong their replacement. Everything is simplistic as painting a superstructure to maybe removing joints off of bridges and other things of that nature that would see the extension of their useful life. And that in itself should have a net effect on greenhouse gas. We did not take that into consideration.
So I guess my question is, going forward, should that be part of the criteria that we look at? And I recall the conversations in 2019 and didn't raise this issue then, but of course the preponderance of evidence continues to build that, you know, our ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is going to be an important factor going forward. And I look at bridges in particular, and then our routine maintenance as areas that we could perhaps have a significant impact on reductions, depending on how we make some of our planning decisions about the care and maintenance.
It very well could. Has that been programmed into the thought process of today? The answer is no. It is ancillary to the decisions that we made at that point in time. I think it is important that when we go back and look at the actions that the board took in both December and the January timeframe and using the IIJA money to be able to advance many of the bridge program as a whole, it did take the preservation approach, which continues to look at the advancement of our preservation. 75 of our efforts are focused on the preservation and extension of the useful life of our structures. The other 25% is focused on replacements that are going to come due over that period of time. I think it's important to note that prior to the change in the board, our efforts were focused on predominantly 75% on the replacement, which only addressed 10% of our infrastructure, which meant that 90% continue to age at a rapid pace that we're all going to come due at the same time. So this is a roundabout way of answering your question directly to say GHG is an ancillary benefit for the preservation, but the primary reason for going to this one was a sustainability in our program, looking at our structures in a 50-year cycle, but also recognizing that there is not an unlimited pot of money to be able to maintain our assets in a cusp condition or better. And we wanted to pull those bridges up out of the cusp, get them back to good, and reduce the number of structures that we're replacing on any given year.
Yeah, and as I've said before on multiple occasions, I think this is an exceptional program. But as time moves on, we ultimately will be called to account, I believe, for our greenhouse gas emissions or reductions in those emissions. I think just considering for future modifications or future information to inform this program, especially on bridge replacements and routine maintenance, it may be an area that we can gain some benefit and attract additional funds by saying that we have a carbon offset of X that comes with our decision. Just to, I know maintenance dollars are always very dear and hard to come by. If we've got an additional benefit that comes from the work that we're doing here, which again is extraordinarily well done, I just think it helps us make the case for additional funding for these maintenance dollars.
I think we can take a look at that aspect of the benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. So pavements and bridges. For no more questions, we'll move on to the next item, special structures. This is our current inventory of special structures across the Commonwealth. See, we have 7 tunnels, 8 movable bridges, and then 10 complex structures. And you can see the districts and where they are. If you have any questions, we'll cover that right now. So as we look through there, see the mountain tunnels. We have 2 of those out in Southwest. Of course, most folks are familiar with the water tunnels that we have down in the Hampton Roads area, and then the Roslyn Tunnel there in Nova. So special structures are the movable bridge type. You can see those there, Benjamin Harrison there in Richmond. The Chincoteague Bridge, for those of you that go over to the Eastern Shore, have probably gone across that. High Rise, Berkeley, down the Hampton Roads area, James River Bridge, Coleman, all in the Hampton Roads area, and then Eltham and the Gwynns Island in Fredericksburg District. And so some of the more complex structures you can see here, and these are just structures that have whether they're over water and are complex in that way, or whether they're post-tension, like you see the one at Grassy Creek and the Smart Road, are more post-tension. Same thing for Rana Enon. Those are different types of structures that we keep a pretty close eye on. And then the others are approaches to bridges, and we'll talk about those approaches to some of those movable bridges maybe next time as I give a report on these bridges and look at other opportunities across there. So one of the questions usually comes up, well, why isn't the Woodrow Wilson Bridge on there? That's a movable bridge. So, but the state line bridges that had shared responsibilities weren't included in their original special structures. Doesn't mean they can't be, but they were not included in that first part as we go.
Mr. Gregg, I'd also identify that the complex structures and the special structures, that if they fail, there is a significant impact to the traveling public, but also a very long detour that would be associated with it. For example, the Norris Bridge in the Fredericksburg district has a 90-mile detour just to be able to get around that facility if that failed. So these are vital lifelines to the communities that they serve.
Absolutely, and you'll see that critical part of it in their health index as we move forward. So again, for our special structures on our movable bridges, again, 2-year minimum cycle on that inspection. And as we talked about last year when we presented this, we have a health index, and you'll notice those 16 critical elements that break down into these our health index part, have those broken down. And here is a little bit easier way to look at it. You can see the good, fair, and the poor, how that rating goes, and how each one of those systems ranked out. So the top one is what the original condition was when we did that. The bottom chart is a predicted status after 10 years in the program and the way we had the repairs and the work on those bridges set up. So you can see the difference in those. And you look at one like Coleman Bridge still has a red, and you say, well, heck, after 10 years, why is it red? But like our other bridges, these are all working movable components, and as things wear out, it's anticipated that parts will wear out, and that'll be be in poor or critical or severe condition, and that's on their 10-year plan to just outside of that 10-year plan to repair. So this health index, although it wasn't part of our original planned work on their structures because it hadn't been developed in 2019 when we did our program, this will be a part of our program as we go back and look at where those repairs are set up for each one of these bridges. This health index will be invaluable to helping us program the work that needs to be done. So this is, matter of fact, this is the first in the nation. Virginia Commissioner charged us with coming up with something. Our bridge engineers have come up with this, and so this is really the first in the nation. We've had a lot of interest from other states of how you guys have done that and what's going on. So this is a pretty groundbreaking thing, but it's really important, and it gives you a quick view of where the critical elements of each one of these structures are and how they fare. So when I give you the update, it'll be the baseline and where we are now. And then the next year will be where we were in 22, where we are in 23. So you can see that progress and that as we go forward. It's a little bit harder to keep up with. So special structures in the tunnels, same thing, inspected every 2 years. And we have a tunnel inspection protocol that we go through. Again, have a rating system. And you'll see in these tunnels that there are a few more critical elements in those tunnels, specifically in the fire life safety area. You can see every one of those items under there are critical. So it's important for the ventilation and making sure that the water is in there. We have standpipes and they work so that fire and rescue folks get it in there and can put out a fire if it happens. So a number more critical elements in these tunnels, but still they're rated. They go into the health index just like our movable bridges. Again, top one is where they were last year when this was developed currently, and you'll see the 10-year projection for those tunnels, which we have taken a number of those items that needed work and turned them green or at least from orange or red to yellow. So again, next month you'll get that update on where we are in this progression on our health index. Any questions on those two?
Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. As an engineer, is there any way of determining how much contribution heavy trucks make to deterioration, reduce the life cycle of bridges and roadways that expedite the need and increase costs for maintenance and shorten the life cycle of these bridges?
Yeah, we do have We do have formulas that determine, especially for trucks on our asphalt pavements, how much the loads and the impact of those heavy loads affected. Matter of fact, we have a testing facility at Virginia Tech that can replicate those loads on our pavement, so we can see how long that they will last with the heavy loads on there. And that's one of the ways we use to go back and design our pavements so that we get a good durable pavement that lasts for 8 to 10 years. And that's how we go about deciding when they need to be repaved again. So we do use those loads, those live loads from the trucks, both on our bridges and on our pavements to design them, and then continue to upgrade those designs as loads change over the years, you know, from the legal loads as they may increase over the years. So yes, sir, we do use those weights and those live loads as they go across.
Is there any way of encouraging truck traffic to go around these structures that particularly are falling in the poor level to lessen the impact of the risk or the maintenance costs?
I don't think so.
Mr. Coleman, many of the facilities that have been identified are on the interstate system, and the objective of that program is to ensure that the interstate system does not have any posted bridges that would inhibit movement, interstate commerce movement.
Hopefully we can eventually encourage more toward Jennifer's rail system.
This is one where I'll defer and say that the free economy will dictate which way that it will move its goods. So,
Affects the behavior, right?
yes. Mr. Gregg, you want to continue with the routine maintenance items?
Yes, sir. Lastly is routine maintenance. Just for a quick review, I think we saw this slide last month, but for a routine maintenance, this really falls down to our districts, our residencies. Just for your familiarity, we do have nine construction districts. 9 districts we divide up into. We have approximately 31 residencies, and those residencies are divided into area headquarters, which basically those are the folks that do the work. Residencies and the area headquarters carry out our maintenance program throughout the Commonwealth. This routine maintenance performance was really meant for us to get back to basics. And that's important to remember, to go back and concentrate on our ditching, our pipes, unpaved shoulders, roadway patching. Because these back to basic items affect our pavements. And so water is a great enemy of pavement, so ditching, grading shoulders so you don't have water built up and standing on your pavement is really important for the life cycle of the pavements. So it's important to get back to basics on especially these items that you see here. And that work is carried out at our area headquarters at residency level. And you can see just one example here on the Richmond district. They have 4 residencies. Actually, they have 5, but 4 residencies and 1 interstate maintenance office that's solely responsible for the interstate work. And then they have 5 residencies that cover the primary and secondary work. And you can see that the Chesterfield residency is broken down into area headquarters as well. So each area headquarters is responsible for a geographic area of maintaining and getting back to basics on the maintenance. So a little bit of an eye chart here, but the routine performance metrics that you approved, they were established. These are the original targets that were established. We gave the report out last year. We had 12 months or 18 months worth of data, and this year we'll have 2 full years of data to report out to you as far as meeting these targets. These were original targets based on best practices that we have and that we've established, and we'll review these after this year, and we're in that process now to make sure that these targets that we have set and these best practices are appropriate. So this will kind of be an ongoing process as we collect more data. And one of the things we're finding out that some of our data collection needed to be improved so that we're counting apples and apples. So that was an issue as well. But the important thing is that each one of these districts, each one of these residencies and area headquarters budget to meet these targets. And so that's the direction that we're going, so that budget is based on meeting these routine maintenance targets. Now, there are other items that they need to cover in their maintenance work, but these are the main ones that we're budgeting to meet. Any questions on the routine maintenance part of it? Again, I'll be reporting out next month on where we stand. This was the plan you see here. Next month, I'll be reporting to you on our actual. We had a target and then where we are for each year as far as achieving those targets.
So for the board's awareness, I know that was a lot of information in a very short period of time. In 2019, we went through almost 5 or 6 months worth of evaluation, overview, pavement 101, if you will, the impacts of trucks onto the network, what that meant, our bridges and our structures, what is structurally deficient. So one point, as Kevin said, is that we've committed back every year coming to you to be able to identify our performance. Are we on target or are we off target? And if we're off target, why are we off target? And what's going to get us back onto the targets? The routine maintenance elements were, as Kevin said, best practices at that time. We've been really in a reactionary state with call-outs. We're trying to get back into the position where we're planning our work and having less call-outs and more planned work activities. So as we evolve that, we'll be bringing that before you to tell you how we're doing and eventually set those targets to be able to identify the amount of funds that are going to be necessary out of the program to be able to meet those targets. And that work continues to be up and underway now. So I envision probably coming back to the board sometime soon. I won't give you a date, but that work is underway. It'll probably be next calendar year before we bring that information to the board to be able to help identify what it would take to be able to do 20% of our network on ditching operations or piping or daylighting of signs. So that work continues to be underway since we started this effort. So again, Kevin will be back in front of us next month with our plan versus actual performance from last year.
Those call-outs are important to remember because call-outs come from our customer service when people call into our customer service center and say, I've got a pothole or ditch is stopped up or whatever it is. Depending on where you are in the Commonwealth, we have area headquarters to get 1,000 of those a week. And we have some area headquarters that get around 40 a year. So it depends on where you are, population base and those kind of things. So when you're getting 1,000 of them a week, planning and working that plan is a little bit more difficult than when you get 40 a year. So those are the things that we're working through with those folks as some of those calls come in that we have to still have a plan, and we'll put you in our plan. It may not be next week, but it may be next month or the month after that, unless it's emergency and needs to be taken care of immediately. So those are important to remember about those call-outs versus planned work. So something that we're working through with our folks as well.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Sorry.
Next item that we have is the periodic regulatory review. Joanne Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I am here to bring you, and for those members who have been here for some time, this will not be new. For those of you that have not yet had the luxury or the pleasure of experiencing this, this will be new. This will be something that we will probably, a type of resolution and/or matter that we'll be bringing to the board every 6 months or so until the law changes. So that being said, I'm here again, as the commissioner mentioned, to to provide you or to initiate the next round of periodic regulatory reviews. And the reviews, the regulations that we're looking at are regulations that have been promulgated by the board. And we are required by law to subject these regulations to periodic reviews, as the title so mentions. First of all, this review process is one that's required by law. It's required by the Administrative Process Act. And basically, it just requires any agency that adopts regulations to periodically review those regulations and to include some very high-level factors or take into consideration certain issues. Primarily what we're doing is a very high-level review to make sure that the regulations are still relevant, that underlying law has not changed such that the regulations need to be repealed or perhaps amended, just to make sure the regulations are still clear, et cetera. So it's a very high-level review, not intended necessarily to be substantive or policy-oriented, but just to make sure these regulations are still applicable. There are several requirements or both statutory and executive orders that basically require and dictate what the board has to do in order to satisfy the regulatory review requirements. The first is Executive Order 19, which was issued by Governor Youngkin just on June 30th, 2022. And basically, besides requiring this board to review its regulations every 4 years, it also has established an Office of Regulatory Management, which is new from the last time. This is a new entity that's been created by virtue of the executive order. The intent of the Office of Regulatory Management is to oversee the process of the regulatory processes in the Commonwealth, and among other things, to reduce regulatory requirements. That's set out in the governor's executive order. New ORM procedures are being developed and issued as we speak, but basically those processes will not only outline the regulatory review process, but will also dictate certain reductions in regulations that are to be achieved or that are sought to be achieved. Finally, Chapter 444 of the Acts of Assembly requires the Department of Planning and Budget to report to the General Assembly those entities that do not perform these regulatory reviews of their regulations. And so this board has actually been in compliance for the last several years, and so we are maintaining compliance and intend to maintain compliance. Very briefly, for purposes particularly of those who have not been here before, basically what we have to do under this process is we identify a set of regs that we intend to review. Those regs are posted, the fact of the review is posted online. The public is afforded the opportunity to basically post comments or submit comments with regard to the regulations. Then within 120 days after that public comment period closes, the entity that owns the regulations, in this case the CTB, is required to issue take one of three actions. One is just simply to retain the regs as is. Another is to amend the regs if they see fit. Or third is to repeal the regs if they feel like they are no longer relevant. For purposes of the board, what we do, as is typical with many of the board's functions, we are presenting a workshop for a set of regulations in 1 month, and then we will bring the action item back to you in the following month. So that is what today is. We are providing you with information on the first set of regulations that we're reviewing. Just a little bit of background, particularly for those that have not been here before. To recap, over the last 3-year review period, basically the CTB has repealed 25 sections of regulations, amended 6 sections of regulations, and retained 255 sets or sections of regs. And what that means basically is the CTB has gone from 31 chapters of regulations down to 18 chapters of regulations. And that shows that the process has worked. and that the CTB is truly complying with the intent of the review process. This is a chart just showing the various regulations. On the left-hand side, those are the regulations that the CTB has repealed, and on the right-hand side are the regulations over this past 3 years that the CTB has either amended or retained as is. So that's our starting point this go-around. Those regulations on the right-hand side will be the ones that are subjected to reviews from this point forward. Getting into a little more detail, the regulations over the next 4 years, we plan to bring you 6 chapters in 2022, 5 chapters in 23, 5 chapters in 24, and finally 2 chapters in 2026. And that will mean we will have gone through the full complement of regulations that the CTB owns. So today, we are looking at 6 sets of regulations that are depicted or set out in the slide below, and I'll just go through those one by one very quickly. The first set deals with the periodic, the public participation guidelines. Those guidelines we're recommending, as we did last time, just to retain as is. Basically what they do is they set forth the requirements for individuals to, or public participation in the establishment promulgation of regs. So in the regulatory process, those guidelines are basically drawn to guidelines, model guidelines that were issued by DPB several years ago, and so they're very consistent with the law and the model. So we're recommended that they be retained as is. Next set of regulations deal with the regulations governing relocation assistance or relocation assistance. That's associated with residents or commercial establishments that have to be relocated, or their property, their property has been taken as a result of a transportation project, and as a result they need to be relocated. These regulations help to ensure that we're in compliance with federal law regarding relocation assistance, and so for that reason we've not identified any need to change those regulations, and as a result we're recommending that they be retained as is. The next set of regulations is the subdivision street requirements. Those regulations have actually been replaced by the next set of regulations that we will use. However, we're still recommending, or that we'll review, but we're recommending that they be retained because there are still project development or community development, subdivision street developments that are out there to which these regulations would still apply. Back when the next set of regs was promulgated, the law was very clear that any developments that were in existence and had been submitted to VDOT prior to the time the new requirements went into place were entitled to remain under the jurisdiction of the old requirements. So bottom line, we are recommending that these be retained as is, simply to ensure that we're in compliance with the law, and those grandfathered projects in essence are subject to these regulations. The next set of regs deals with secondary street acceptance requirements. As noted, these requirements are set forth by statute or required by statute. They replace the subdivision street acceptance requirements, or the subdivision street requirements, and they basically govern the requirements for subdivision streets that are being brought or provided to VDOT, or designed to be accepted by VDOT. They're brought to VDOT by localities and developments or developers for various projects. Bottom line, they set out the criteria that are necessary for VDOT to accept those streets and to maintain them once they have accepted those streets. Again, we are at this point not recommending any change, and rather we're recommending that these regulations be retained as is. The next set of regulations, this is the only set that we are recommending be amended for this go-round. These are the urban maintenance and construction policy or regulations. Bottom line, these regulations enhance or add a little more detail to the requirements for streets that receive maintenance payments in urban localities. These add a little more definition or detail to the statutory requirements associated with the receipt of maintenance payments. In this particular set of regulations, we have noted that there is reference to old funding formula. There's terminology used in these regulations relating to the urban construction, payments, et cetera, which no longer exists by virtue of the fact that the funding formulas have changed over time. So we're at the point now we feel like we're in a position to go ahead and amend those regulations. We believe that any lingering construction formula payments or funds have been expended. So that is going to be the one regulation that we do recommend amendment for. We are not at this point asking you to, and won't be asking you in October to approve a specific amendment. We're going to go back, and as time, we'll figure out the specific amendments we need, then we'll bring those back to the board. So right now, all we're asking is that you all, and we'll be asking in October, is that the board would give us authority to proceed with the process for amending. Then the next set of regulations relates to public hearings for location and design of highway projects. These regulations are intended to ensure that we have the appropriate public participation and meets even federal requirements associated with construction of roads, location of roads, and design. So bottom line, because these are so necessary to ensure we comply with federal law, we're recommending that they be retained as well. So next steps, in short, in October we will be bringing you back a resolution to basically approve the recommendations that we're making here today. We post those results on Town Hall, and basically we will say for each of these regulations what the action to be taken will be. Then for purposes of the one regulation that we're proposing to amend, we will over time bring you back the proposed amendments and how we want to amend the regulation, and we will seek your concurrence and approval on that. And then in ensuing years, we will continue to go through other sets of regulations. So this is a continual process, but nevertheless, again, if nothing else, this board has seen fit to bring down its cadre or complement of regulations from 31 to 18, which is exactly the intent of the regulatory review process. So, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Joanne. Any questions for Joanne with regard to this regulatory review? Thank you, Joanne. Our final presentation for today is going to be Director Brule giving an overview of the WMATA annual reporting requirements. Jennifer.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Chair and members of the board. Kate, are you going to? Go ahead. Sorry, we had a little presentation technical difficulty this morning.
Director, did you just?
You want me to just go ahead?
No, we'll wait.
I have the old one.
Yeah.
Maybe you could remind us why we do this.
Sure, that is a great place to start. So back in 2018, the General Assembly considered and adopted some dedicated capital funding to help WMATA with state of good repair needs on the system. The system is getting to the point where a lot of the capital assets are at or beyond their useful life. And so at that point, the legislature enacted basically a collection of regional fund sources to help fulfill Virginia's commitment to that $500 million a year funding formula. Virginia's is about $154 million. Along with that creation of the WMATA Dedicated Capital Fund, there were some accountability provisions that were incorporated into the legislative language, and the responsibility for reviewing those accountability provisions and enacting any penalties associated with them comes to the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So each year we come to you in September see, there you go, we're right back on slides. WMATA has to report to the board by July 1st of each year their compliance with these particular elements DRPT then analyzes the information that's provided by WMATA for consistency with CTB policy. We work with the Office of the Attorney General on legal sufficiency, and then we come to you in September with a recommendation for any enforcement actions as are outlined in the code. There's 4 elements to this accountability language that WMATA has to provide us annual certifications on and that we're required to review. The first has to do with board governance, and that's the participation of alternate members of the board in their meetings and committees. The 3% cap on annual growth in the total Virginia operating assistance calculation, strategic planning requirements, and a requirement for a capital improvement plan. As I mentioned already, WMATA they did provide all of their required documentation and certifications to DRPT on June 30th this year, and we have completed our review for compliance along with the review by Ms. Lance at the Attorney General's office. So I'm going to start with the board governance. I will cut to the chase and say our recommendation is that WMATA has met the requirements of both the statute and the board policy, and we're not recommending any enforcement action. The legislative requirement that is spelled out in the code is that alternate directors cannot participate or take any official action in a board meeting, and that the WMATA board has to adopt bylaws that would prohibit that participation. That has all been taken care of. We are active in the WMATA board process. Staff is participating in the board meetings, attending the board meetings, so we're right there alongside. We monitor this through the course of the year. Should there be an issue of noncompliance, the board does have the authority to withhold 20% of the state WMATA allocation that goes to NVTC for the purposes of fulfilling the operating and capital subsidies. It does not impact the capital funds. Second element is the 3% cap on growth and operating assistance. Again, DRPT's recommendation is that WMATA has met the requirements of both the statute and the board policy, and that there's no enforcement action that we're recommending. The legislative requirement requires us to look at the operating cost. It has some exceptions that are provided by code. The board policy that was adopted in 2019 and elaborated upon in 2021 provides some additional language beyond that, but we track these items very closely. They are staying within the 3% cap on growth and operating assistance, so there's no need to do any enforcement. If there was an issue of noncompliance, the board does have the authority to withhold 35% of the state allocation to NVTC. The WMATA strategic plan, again, our recommendation is that they've met the minimum requirements of the statute and board policy, and no enforcement action is recommended. For those of you that have been on the board for a while, you've seen me every year address that there's some work that needs to be done on the WMATA strategic plan. When this language was first codified, it provided WMATA with a very short turnaround to develop that first strategic plan, so it is not as robust as what we were looking to see in terms of a strategic plan. We've talked to the new WMATA general manager, talked to the board chair, and are excited about the work that is underway for a new strategic plan. But what we're going to do is in the resolution that we'll bring to you for action next month, we're going to include some language about what we would like to see. This we've already, again, relayed to WMATA staff, but we would like to include in that resolution that the next strategic plan focus on safety, operating costs, service optimization, and recovery of the ridership impacts from COVID, which is all work that we know as a region is very key to this discussion, but it's an opportunity for the board to reinforce that recommendation. In terms of the legislative requirement, WMATA would have been required by the original timeframes in the code language to complete their new strategic plan this year. That was delayed not only for WMATA, but for all of the Virginia transit agencies that are required to do strategic plans by a 2021 state budget amendment. We all recognize that trying to do any kind of strategic planning in the thick of COVID was just not going to result in a good product. And so the legislature gave all transit agencies that are subject to this requirement an additional year. So that is why if you look back at some of the older presentations, it said 2022. The next update is due to us by June 30 of next year. And again, for this one, there's a consequence for noncompliance, and that is withholding of 20% of the state allocation to NVTC from WMATA. The last item is the capital improvement plan. Again, our recommendation is that they've met the requirements of the statute and board policy. We're not recommending any enforcement action. The legislative language requires that WMATA adopt a capital improvement program that covers a 6-year period and hold an in-person public hearing in Northern Virginia. They have done both of those, and they held a hybrid hearing with an in-person element. That's the first in-person public meeting we've had for WMATA for a couple of years, but that was held back in February. For those that have been on the board for a while, you'll recall that we've had some recommendations in the past of ways that WMATA could improve the capital improvement plan, and we're really pleased at where we've gotten as a region in terms of this being a much more robust and well-defined capital improvement plan that extends not only over a 6-year period, but looks out over 10 years. So we've made a lot of progress in terms of articulating those capital needs and reporting them in a format that is easily understandable. The consequences of noncompliance, again, for this particular element is that the board could withhold 20% of the state WMATA allocation if there is an issue of noncompliance. In terms of next steps, we'll be back next month to present the annual certification resolution to you along with the decision brief for your action on the compliance recommendations that we're making this year. CTB policy around this does require us to look at the CTB policy every 2 years to identify any potential revisions for your consideration. So we'll be doing that this fall. Come back to you in December with any recommendations, and should there be recommendations to change that policy, we would bring them to you in January of next year. And that wraps up that. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Kasprowitz.
Jennifer, we've had this discussion just recently, but I wanted to raise it today. The information that you use to make the determinations is 100% derived from Metro?
So we do get written documentation from Metro, but my staff is involved in every one of these items as they are developed and go to the Metro board. So as I told the secretary when we briefed him on this package a few weeks ago, if we get to the point in time where we come to you and we recommend an issue of noncompliance, it's because my team hasn't been doing their due diligence through the course of the year.
Okay. So there are things that you can oversee simply by being part of the process.
Absolutely.
Capital improvements are a little tougher to do that. And it's, of course, a big number in the allocations that we've made to keep Metro running. Should we be doing some independent audit of their capital improvement program to make sure that they're actually accomplishing what they've said in the information they provide us? And I frame that question or that comment in the context of Metro's been highly variable in the accuracy of information provided in recent years. And we have a responsibility in approving this to the legislature who granted these funds with the expectation that this work would be completed according to the scope and according to the timeframes. And I suggest that in a self-reporting environment, it's very hard for me to sit here and go, yes, I'm going to approve that.
So the language that is in the code relative to the capital improvement program is for the capital improvement program itself, not relative to the projects. But I know you and I have had a number of conversations about delivery of the program and the projects themselves. We do monitor them as part of the regional coordination council. So people from Maryland, DC, from the jurisdictions in Northern Virginia have a regular dialogue with WMATA. They are subject to audit. There are joint audit provisions. We've had independent audits that have been done over aspects of WMATA's capital program in the past, particularly the PREA funding. We had an OSIG audit done of the PREA funding and the utilization of that just a couple of years ago. So we do have the ability to not only monitor as part of our ongoing coordination with them, but we do have a right to audit. And they also have an inspector general that is overseeing their delivery of the capital program that has independence.
I understand all of that, but as the provider of funds, we don't have an entity that actually works for us that's determining that the work was completed generally according to the capital plan. And I just suggest going forward that would be beneficial. Metro's need for capital to continue to improve and maintain the right-of-way is going to be something we're going to be dealing with for years on this board. And some independent audit that we control, I think, would be beneficial. And not very costly, I think. An engineering firm could probably make some inspections that would give us the comfort, the confidence that the dollars had been spent according to that capital improvement plan. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't have to remind anybody here that, it's an obligation that we have to ensure that it's properly spent or is being spent.
Understood.
Mr. Smoot.
Jennifer, remind us, just in round numbers, we support WMATA with capital grants and with operating subsidy, correct?
So we do not make capital grants to them under the Transit Capital Program anymore. They have, there's 3 elements of their funding. They get $50 million off the top of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund that matches the federal PREA. So it's $50 million from us, $50 million from DC, $50 million from Maryland, and $150 million from the feds. So that's the first component. Second component is the funding that goes, it's 46.5% of the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund that goes to NVTC for the purpose of fulfilling a portion of the local capital and operating subsidy for WMATA. This year, that was about $200 million. And then the third component is the WMATA Dedicated Capital Fund. That is separate from the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund. It is derived from regionally derived revenue sources for the vast majority of that, and that's $154.5 million a year.
Okay, so in round numbers, the Commonwealth
About $400 million a year.
is probably just slightly over $400 million a year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the director?
This is a lot of money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's going to conclude the planned agenda for today's conversation. We do have a number of items that we're going to defer to tomorrow, as we've previously indicated, including the director and my items for consideration tomorrow. We do plan to start the meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, but before we suspend the workshop, I'd ask Carol to give us a quick overview of today's activities and what you can anticipate, and from there, this evening's activities, and then I will suspend the meeting.
Good afternoon. Right outside the door, you will have box lunches that you can take up to your rooms if you'd like and go ahead and change. The plan for this afternoon is our train tour is going to start at 2 o'clock now. Secretary Miller is en route, and we're hoping that he will be able to join us as soon as he gets here. We anticipate that we will all meet in the lobby at 1:45, and you can either walk to the train station, or we'll have vans available to give you a ride if you want to forego the walk. We'll arrive back at the train station this afternoon at around 4 o'clock. We'll come back to the hotel for a little bit. There is a reception at 5:30 this afternoon, which is within walking distance of the hotel, but we'll also have vans available for anybody that wants to get a ride. I would ask that if you do want to ride, you meet in the hotel lobby at 5:15. From the reception, we'll go ahead and go on to dinner, which again is within very close proximity to the hotel. And then after dinner, we will return to the hotel. And I don't know if Mr. Laird wanted to add anything or if Mr. Merrill wanted to add anything to these plans, but that's the timeline for this afternoon.
I think we're all good. Just, it's very short, less than 5-minute walks everywhere.
I just want to thank Randy for his efforts to help organize this, and also Randy Kaiser for getting the train set up, and also the refreshments and dinner. So thanks for the hospitality. It's been a fun project.
Carol, can we leave the materials in here?
Left here, the room is ours until we leave tomorrow, so you're welcome to leave anything here, and it'll be safe.
Good. Unless I hear anything else, we'll suspend the workshop and reconvene tomorrow at 8.